All right. On that note, I wanted to talk a little bit about this program I learned about that is launching in Texas called Uplift Harris. And it's basically a UBI program in Harris County, which I believe is the county that Dallas is in. And let's talk about it a little bit, because this is cool. Like, this is what you can do with, like, local politics, right? So they're initially launching this program, and it will give participating households $500 a month for 18 months. And it's a pilot program, so it's not, like, fully implemented, obviously, but people can apply for it. Oh, it's Austin. Sorry. Wait, Austin? It's huge. I'm getting so many different... I'm getting so many different... Houston? Austin? Dallas? One of the major cities in Texas. Hey, Snoogan. Anyway, Harris is... Oh my god. Look, fine. Harris County, Texas. Map. Okay, it's Houston. Boom. There, it's this one. It's this one. Right here. Alright? There we go. Nailed it. Did Texas just decide to give all of their counties, like, first names? Like, George County, Harris County, H. Bomber Guy County, Travis County. Anyway, basically what ended up happening here is that they got a lot of good results from providing payments to families during the pandemic. And this is basically an exploratory program to figure out whether or not they'll continue to get good results outside of the pandemic with a similar program, which the answer is almost assuredly yes. And, yeah, essentially, families getting $500 more per month, no string attached. Like, they don't have to use it on anything. They can use it on whatever they would like. Okay? They just have to qualify for the program. And, yeah, I just think it's really neat. Okay?
I'm so happy I wrote the letter to the Attorney General, because I've asked two questions. One, county government is not like a home rule city. They just can't invent today, oh, I'm going to be in the universal basic income. I'm going to be in socialism today. They don't have that authority under the Texas Constitution. And two, that's a pure gift, Sherry. This is no strings attached, just hand out the money. And let's remember, oh, it's only $500 a month. Well, multiply 500 times 18, that's $9,000. This is not an insignificant gift that county governments have.
Yeah, it's almost like it could meaningfully impact people's lives and allow them to live more securely, allow them to provide for their children more effectively. That's crazy. This isn't an insignificant gift. This is a useful program that will keep people out of poverty.
To them, and oh, what happens when they run out of federal money? Well, of course they're going to want to use property tax.
Yeah, because what they're doing right now with this public with this public pilot program is using money that the federal government earmarked for COVID relief to continue getting data on this program with the goal of making it permanent and, like, wider spread.
Money. I'm so happy I wrote the letter.
Obviously, this guy's not a huge fan of the program or of the idea of the program, but, like, it's pretty, like, successful, right? Yeah, the pilot will serve residents of two cohorts. The first cohort includes residents who live within the top 10 high poverty zip codes in Harris County. The second cohort includes priority populations under Access, a coordinated and client-centered safety net service delivery model administered by Harris County Public Health. Participants of both cohorts will be randomly selected through a lottery process. Through initiatives like Uplift Harris, Harris County is committed to creating positive, lasting change in our community by addressing economic disparities and supporting those most in need. Right? So I do think it's very funny that that guy was like, why a city, a local county can't just establish socialism. It's like, no, but a local county can, in fact, like establish like basic city services that include UBI programs. You can do this. You guys can get involved in your local politics and get stuff like this passed. For real life. This isn't just like pie in the sky. They did it in Texas, guys. They did it in Texas. Yeah. Uplift Harris will provide low-income families and households with direct, unconditional financial support to meet their household basic needs like rent, groceries, transportation, housing, and utilities and healthcare. Nearly 2,000 participating households living below 200% of the federal poverty line will receive $500 per month for 18 months. Keep in mind that this is like the requirement. You have to be below 200% of the federal poverty line. You have to be one of the poorest families in America in order to qualify for this. And that guy is still like, well, $9,000. I say they'll be living on those lobster dinners, I tell you. And it's just like, what? No. They're in subsistence survival mode. They're going to be paying for rent. They're going to be paying for food. My God. Yeah, despite the area's vast prosperity, Harris County has among the highest rates of economic inequality in the country, with 16.4% of residents living in poverty, which is that is crazy. Economic inequality negatively impacts families and undermines our region's overall well-being and economic health. Yeah, I mean, like that's why this is being done through like the Harris County Public Health. It's because poverty, surprise, surprise, negatively impacts the health outcomes for people in the community, which also has negative impacts on the economy because people are sick. People can't like go to work. All of which is exacerbated by them not having the money to go to the doctor. That is real crazy low. I'm barely under 125% for my benefits. Like, that is me after my back surgery for a year, levels of no making money. Yeah. Oh, man. I can't imagine begrudging someone who's living in, like, basically the lowest possible income bracket getting $9,000 to, like, provide for their kids. Frequently asked questions. How much will the Uplift Harris Guaranteed Income Pilot cost? Uplift Harris is funded with $20.5 million from the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. ARPA was passed to aid recovery from the pandemic and the resulting economic crisis. The budget for this pilot includes funds for a third-party administrator and rigorous evaluation. How do they measure success? Through that third party throughout the process. Are there plans to expand the program? The continuation of Uplift Harris will depend on the availability of funding. One of the goals of the program is long-term sustainability and gradual expansion. Like, this is something that could feasibly become reality for not just a select few families in Harris County, but all families in Harris County. That could be amazing. Let's see. Yeah. I think this is great. Like that, as far as I can tell, I think this is great. And honestly, I'm not really bringing it up to make a huge point, just pointing out that, like, you can get this done in Texas, guys. You can get this done anywhere, okay? And we should. You know, I think it's a really reasonable program made to address reasonable concerns in the community. And it's something that we could all band together and try and get past in our various local areas. You know? Not every county is going to have this kind of money, but it is possible that, like, even in poorer counties, there could be programs that, you know, supply the poorest people in the community with a certain amount of income. You know, to take care of their kids, to keep a roof over their head. We can do better. And I think that's wonderful. So yeah, good news, everybody. Texas did something right. Yay! Hey, Christina Amazon. How you doing? Oh, I need to add this. This sounds huge. It makes me very happy to hear. I mean, yeah, 2,000 families in the Houston area alone. Like that's maybe like 10,000 people. Like that's crazy. It could help so many folks who are struggling right now. Oh, almost assuredly Paladin lost. It's socialism, and therefore it's scary. See ya, Erica. I also wanted to point this out because it came across my my social media feed today, and it's just another example of like how, hey, folks, good things are happening. What? Speaking of, like, what the hell is this? Sorry. My computer is being wonky. What is this? What the hell? That was weird. Sorry. Whew. All right. So this came across my social media feed, and basically, in Albuquerque, right? Not necessarily known for being a hotbed of like cool ideas that other places should absolutely like be looking into, right? Albuquerque, not necessarily the hub of progressive politics and innovation. They've been doing something really cool. I just tried to combine cool and good at the same time. Could. And basically, they are now the largest city in America to make public transit completely free. Completely free. You can just get on a bus, go to where you want to go. Don't have to pay a dime. Okay? You can, like, how cool is that? How cool is that? Let's just take a little look at what a more perfect union found here.
Instead of paying $1 or $2 a day for riding the bus, I can put that money in my pocket.
Albuquerque, New Mexico permanently made their public transit system free in November. So we sent a videographer out to bus stops in Albuquerque to see how not having to pay the fare has affected people.
Oh, I use public transport every day.
Just to get out of the house, to be quite honest.
I've used it to go to work, go home, do errands.
To go to school.
To get to work.
Pretty much every day, all day long.
Riding it for free, it's helped out a whole lot, you know.
Free public transport has saved me between like $25 to $30 a week.
Oh, I saved $12 a week.
Yeah, like you save like $56, which is good.
Every single day, I save $2.
It adds up.
Yeah, I remember when I had to pay for the bus when I was trying to get to work. Sometimes I didn't have any money and I had to walk to work. It sucked.
I use the public transit because
Yeah, like that guy who's like, yeah, it saved me like $30 a week. Guys, $30 a week adds up to $1,500 a year. It adds up to over $1,500. That's money just going back into your pocket that you would have otherwise had to use to get to work every day.
it's safer, I guess. Saves gas.
These gas prices are so high.
I've been in transit since 1996. I've been riding the bus, and it's been a significant change as far as now that it's free.
More people on the bus now. I remember before, there was like barely even anybody on the bus. I'm not the only person out here going back and forth to work, and we don't all have $1. Now that the bus is free, we can all get to work on time now.
I think it just gives us the liberty to actually just say, you know, let's just take the bus instead of like scrambling for change and wondering if we're gonna have enough.
Oh, it's nice. I mean, you get to meet friendly people every day.
Yeah, the culture on the bus is actually really friendly. There's a little, it's Albuquerque. Everything's gonna go down, but other than that, it's
Okay, it's pretty awesome, but I do want to ask, what does that mean? It's Albuquerque, things are gonna go down. What? What's going down in Albuquerque that I don't know about? Wait, where's the person complaining that they always paid for the bus all their life and therefore everyone should pay for it or it's communism? Weirdly enough, not in this segment.
it's pretty awesome.
Like people are just universally like, there are more people on the bus now. We're all saving money. We aren't having to pay gas to like drive our cars around. And we're free to go more places now than ever before. That's amazing. Imagine if they did this in a place with like subways. That would be amazing. Dude, like New York should do this for the subway system. Just go get on the subway, go about your day, go about your business, you know? Instead of like fleecing working people for like millions of dollars every year. Right, Inverted RD. Also, Blue Lizard Guts, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Princess Persnickety. Hello, Retro Riku. And hello, Inverted RD. Yeah, like, this is just cool to see because, like, it's an example of how getting involved in local politics can make a huge difference, guys. Like, if you got involved in your local politics, you could also make public transit free. You could also get universal basic income passed, at the very least in your county. You know, this is possible. Better things are possible and are even obtainable for you when it comes to politics. The issue is we have to get out there and fight for it, and that is hard. I will grant you that. The amount of money spent enforcing fare payment and special gates to prevent fare evasion Probably costs them more than just having free fares. Yeah, there was a video that was making the rounds like a week ago of like 100 NYPD officers just kind of milling around an empty subway station, you know?
It is kind of weird that we have to pay to ride public transit when our tax dollars pay for it.
Right? Exactly. Exactly. Demand better from your government. Like, public transit is free, should be free. You already paid to make it. You already pay to maintain it. Why should you have to pay at the point of use? Free light rail in Seattle would be cool, right? Our local businesses were struggling until we made bus fare free, and then they immediately got a shot in the arm. Of course, because people are saving money, and then they can use that money to get on to get on a bus and go buy stuff elsewhere in the city that they wouldn't have normally gone. You know, it gives people more freedom. And I feel like there are very few examples where I can like point to like, hey, when we provide the social safety net, there is a direct correlation between that and people experiencing more freedom, right? When we provide free public transit, you can directly see people using that freedom to go new places, to like try new things, to get out there into the world. And it's so cool. It's so cool. Demand better, folks. And remember, like, you can get out there and organize and do better yourself too. Like, you have the agency, you have the power to do that. I live in New York City. The NYPD placed in the stations literally don't do anything. I having been there now, like, I can confirm. I saw so many so many officers in and around like subway stations not doing anything. They just stood there and watched people. But like if somebody like jumped the turnstile, like they didn't care. Ooh, have fun with your Ethiopian dinner, Amber. When we went fare free, my local game shop became the place to hang out as a college kid. My friend runs it, and he had never done such good business. He expanded 3 times since. Damn, that is really cool. Okay, so I thought that this case was dead. That people had moved on, that the investigation was over. But unfortunately for Matt Gaetz, that does not appear to be the case. So here he is. Witness against Matt Gaetz turned over docs to Health Ethics Probe report. This is according to the Daily Beast here, / the New York Times. An investigation by the House Ethics Committee into Representative Matt Gaetz is reportedly getting some help from a witness who previously testified he'd seen the Florida Republican have sex with an underage girl. Joel Greenberg, who is currently serving a lengthy prison sentence on sex trafficking and other charges, has already turned over documents to the committee regarding his claims about Gaetz, according to the New York Times, citing Greenberg's lawyer. Mr. Greenberg has and will cooperate with any congressional request, the lawyer, Fritz Scheller, is quoted as saying. Jillian L. Wyant, a spokesperson for Gaetz, told the paper the same documents had previously been provided to the Justice Department in their now closed investigation, and that they had deemed it unreliable and declined to press charges. So, I don't know. This could still go somewhere, I guess. This could still go somewhere, and frankly, probably should. I think it's pretty noteworthy that Matt Gaetz was close friends with a convicted sex trafficker who said that he provided and saw Matt Gaetz have sex with a minor. Like, I feel like it's pretty pretty meaningful things to have documented, you know? How long have I been doing political streams? Since around 2019, late 2019, early 2020. Boo. Yeah, I don't know. I just have a feeling that maybe Matt Gaetz' hard drives should be checked. I just a feeling I have. Anyway, it's surprising to see that case resurrected because I genuinely did think that it was dead and done after the Justice Department closed the case, which seemed very strange considering the fact that, again, a convicted sex trafficker who sex trafficked children said he saw Matt Gaetz have sex with a child. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like that was a weird case to close. Okay. How y'all doing, folks? You doing okay? You doing okay? Are you mad? Are you sad? Yeah, we got about 120 people watching right now. Not bad for the first hour of stream. Why is this continuing to do this? Why? This is bizarre. Oh my god. So Windows does this thing. Just to describe what's happening here. Windows does this thing where if you move a window to like the top of the screen, it's like, oh, do you want this thing to take up half your screen or a third of your screen or a quarter of your screen? And like, it will blur out that portion of the screen to kind of be like, oh, this is where your window would go. That's what it's doing to me, but I don't have anything up in the corners or edges of my desktop. I'm not trying to do that to any of this. Like, I think you'll probably be able to see it now. Yeah, like this is what it's doing, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing this. This is deeply frustrating, and I hate it. One hand wonder, that is the claim. All right, it's fine now. Tired but good? Hell yeah. Okay, let's, you know, I'm gonna cover some brain rot, okay? I'm gonna cover some brain rot. Might not make me any friends. That's fine. This is fine. Alright. Need to find this. Where is it? Beep, boop, boop. Guess I'll have to search. Is this it? Yeah. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. All right. Found it. All right, folks. What flavor of Brainrot? The lefty variety. Okay, so, folks. There's a story recently about a group of New York police department officers who were minding their own business in Times Square before they were cruelly targeted and beaten bloody by evil, nefarious migrants. Okay? So let's watch the news coverage of it. Let's watch a little bit of the news and see what this was all about.
You are watching surveillance footage showing 5 asylum seekers who viciously attacked police officers in New York's Times Square as the cops were attempting to detain another man. Now, the assault happened last Saturday when police attempted to disperse a disorderly group of people. ABC News reports that when officers attempted to place an individual in custody, the suspects began to kick and punch the officers, and then they fled the scene. And you can see all of that taking place in the surveillance footage that we just showed you. Now, luckily, no one was seriously injured, and the police were treated on the scene for minor injuries, including one person who had, some cuts to his face. The suspects, luckily, were later arrested. The suspects were identified Wednesday as Yorman Reveron, 24 years old, Darwin Andres Gomez Isquiel, 19 years old, Wilson Jarez, 21, Kelvin Arocha, 19, and then Joan Boada, 22 years old. So they face some charges, including assault on a police officer, disorderly conduct, and gang assault. Now, it is being widely reported now by local news outlets in New York that the individuals who carried out these assaults are actually asylum seekers. The assault took place in front of a migrant shelter, and there have been increasing scuffles with migrants between one another for the most part, but this is the first time that we're seeing surveillance footage of them literally attacking cops and being kind of brazen and emboldened enough to do something like that. One of them already had a criminal record. Reveron has 2 pending cases in Manhattan for assault and robbery. He allegedly attacked a law.
Man, Valiant Thor, you don't have to share your weird, like, xenophobic shower thoughts in YouTube chat. You know you can keep those to yourself, right?
Loss prevention officer at a Macy's department store during an alleged robbery, and also allegedly punched and bit a Nordstrom Rack employee in November. I don't want to get ahead of myself here.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. So, like, as you can see, this unruly mob of people attacked these poor NYPD officers. And also there was some shoplifting with, like, minor scuffles in these other instances. So clearly this is evidence of a wide-scale problem. What? Come on.
Because I have a whole argument that I'm about to make. But let me just say this. Considering the lack of resources for migrants, considering the fact that you have a situation in which there isn't enough shelter and you have migrants sleeping outside, can we deport the migrants who are engaging in this kind of behavior and this kind of crime? Like,
yeah, actually. If you're an asylum seeker, yeah, that's what happens. If you're an asylum seeker and you commit a crime in the United States, you get deported. That's what happens. That's how it works already.
Like, one of them has already gotten arrested twice for assaulting employees at retail stores.
Also, again, shouldn't have to point this out, being arrested is not the same as being convicted, right? So, because we have a legal system in this country, just because someone's arrested for a crime isn't the conviction yet. They need to be convicted of the crime before they're deported. That's like the order of operations here.
And then you have the surveillance footage of them kicking cops in the head as the cops are trying to detain another guy. Why? What are we doing? So they get arrested and then they're let out. No bail. Because it's New York City, of course.
If they were really dangerous, they would have been held without bail. Like, the system, like cashless bail, doesn't get rid of the state's ability to hold them in jail. The state just holds them in jail if they're deemed to be like a threat to themselves or society. And clearly in this case, they did not believe that to be the case. Like, cashless bail just means that they don't get to hold you in jail just because you're poor. They have to have an actual reason other than, well, you're poor, to hold you. And if that reason is good enough, then they should be held, obviously. But this isn't like a case where, like, oh, well, New York got rid of cashless bail, so, you know, they have to let these murderers back on the streets. Like, no, that's not how that works. And Anna knows that's not how this works. Anna has talked about these cashless bail programs. Anna has talked about these different, like, left-wing progressive ideas.
Okay, listen, I know we have a giant left-wing audience, and I love you guys. Please don't give in to some knee-jerk reaction to provide cover for these people.
You know, I find it very rich because, without getting into any spoilers, this story exemplifies Anna and TYT being the reactionaries here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go into spoilers. Spoilers! It turns out that the NYPD didn't tell the truth about what happened in that incident. And more body camera footage was released to the public today. Let's take a look at the body camera footage now that we have a full, unedited piece of footage instead of the 45 seconds that was edited by the NYPD for press release. So, walking down the street.
Por favor, ¿cómo está? Vamos, West 41. West 41. Go to West 41. Move, vamos. West 41, other side. West 41 Street. West 41. No, West 41.
So, you know, just like cops walking up to random people, again, in Times Square, telling them to fuck off for no reason.
Mijo. West 41. West 41, mijo. West 41, mijo. Let's go. Move. West 41. Vamos. West 41.
Oye, puede visto de Bumbana, te ofrecieron 25 para matarlo, me escuchaste, hijo de puta.
Chuck, come on. No, I don't care. Vamos.
That looks like they're having a great time. Parece Betty la fea.
¿Pero qué pasó? Hey, pero ¿por qué me...?
So if you notice, he basically like called one of the police officers ugly. You know, they're obviously not happy that the cops just walked up to them and were like, "Hey, fuck off, go away." And like he made a flippant comment about these like cops being ugly, which unfortunately in America is the as Cenk Uygur from TYT has said so many times on the show, the worst crime you can be guilty of in America is disrespecting a police officer. Yeah, he literally said this cop looks like Ugly Betty. Which is an amazing burn, by the way. Amazing burn. 10 out of 10. And, but unfortunately, this is then what resulted. So then they start beating up this guy. They start beating up this guy, at which point, his friends jump in to stop the cops from beating him up. So this wasn't a case of, oh, these evil migrants just targeted the poor defenseless NYPD with a brutal gang beatdown. No, the NYPD initiated this confrontation at multiple points to escalate it. And then, like, his friends jumped in because they were beating this guy whose crime was saying, oh, this police officer looks like Ugly Betty.
Where are you? 185. 185. Go after those guys.
Like, I don't know. Like, Cenk and Anna have been in this business for a long time now. So I don't know what is causing them to take these police-released videos that are edited, that do not show the full context, and then say, oh, well, obviously the migrants were at fault here because we're taking the NYPD at their word. The NYPD, famous for telling the truth about its policing activities. It's not like the NYPD is very, very famous for having, like, murdered police officers that, like, tried to improve the department and then lied about it. I don't know. Maybe definitely don't Google Frank Serpico. My God. So anyway, spoiler alert. That's the full context. The migrant's real crime was calling a cop Ugly Betty. So with that in mind, here, let's get back to what points want to be made in this segment.
These are not people you need to provide cover for. These are people who are in the country claiming asylum. They don't have a right to be here. It is a privilege to be able to take advantage of our asylum program and be able to claim asylum, claim that you're here because of whatever reason. I don't know exactly which reason they gave for their asylum claim. And you get to have your case adjudicated in front of a judge. But if you're causing all sorts of...
Yeah, you get all of those things. Those are just nice things to have, not basic human rights.
Chaos. And if you're assaulting police officers, like the idea...
I'm sorry, but to me, this just reads like someone saying having food is a human right, but you know what? It's actually a privilege. Like, if you're acting up in prison, you don't necessarily get food. That's a privilege for good prisoners. Like, sorry, that's not how that works. Even if you're the worst prisoner in the prison, you get food because it's a basic right. It's a basic right you have as a human being existing.
Idea that we're not even having a conversation about immediately deporting them is ridiculous. But then not only that, they get arrested and immediately released.
Again, also, no one's saying that deporting a migrant asylum seeker is ridiculous. If they are committing crimes, that's a totally valid reason to, like, deny their asylum claim and then deport them. That's how the system works. That's part of how it works. No one on the left that I have ever seen is like, yes, asylum seekers should be able to just walk around and murder whoever they want, and we'll never deport them. That's not a position. The straw man is actually, like, grotesque in this case.
Without bail, because of bail reform in New York. That's insane.
Yeah, you're right. They really should have just been kept in jail because they were unable to pay their bail. That would have been a much better situation. No, they have to prove that they're a threat to society, which they were unable to do in this case, likely because of the full body cam footage showing that the police just chose to assault them over like a verbal slight. That's probably why they weren't deemed, like, criminals to society, because they didn't just, like, maliciously, out of nowhere, ambush police officers and beat them.
Right? Am I crazy? I don't know. I feel like I've lost my...
The only part that you're crazy about in this segment, Anna, is one, framing basic human rights as privileges, and two, immediately siding with the NYPD based on their press release without any other additional information. Those are the two main missteps in this segment.
My mind at this point. I feel like I'm gonna get like an onslaught.
Also, the weird friendly fire for, like, bail reform, which has nothing to do with this case. Again, it's a very weird thing to keep talking about how, like, you think people should be locked up because they're poor, which is what bail does.
A lot of ridiculous harassment because I think
cash
people seeking asylum and taking up finite resources that could be given to another asylum seeker who isn't causing problems is ridiculous.
I do want to say, and this might be an uncharitable interpretation of what she's saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is the same rhetoric that xenophobic, like, America First folks use. Except they go a step further, right? They go a half step further, which is that, you know, all of these resources being spent on asylum seekers, well, that's just resources we could be cutting out and giving directly to real American citizens. You know? The distinction she's made here is that, well, we shouldn't give any resources to any migrant we perceive as not good enough. We should only be giving asylum hearings to the good ones.
The Manhattan District Attorney's Office says that an investigation into the incident is ongoing.
Maybe that it was a little bit premature to make this segment.
We now have additional video surveillance that was not available at the time of arraignment and are continuing to speak to witnesses in order to determine the specific role of each defendant. And by the way, I want to be clear about something. If you are part of the left and you don't speak out against incidents like that, what it does is it allows for the right to paint a picture of what all asylum seekers are like, what all my...
Okay, TYT gas theory must be true, right? Like, the gas leak must be happening because, like, Anna's been in the business long enough to know this, okay? It does not matter what the left does. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the left does. Conservatives will still make up whatever insane propaganda, whatever baseless claims they want. It doesn't change. You can have a model minority all you want. They will still make all of the same slanders, libels, accusations that they can. Right? This is the same rhetoric that people make in the trans community, by the way. When it comes to, like, passing versus non-passing. The idea that certain trans medicalists will argue that, well, if you don't look like a cis woman, you're actually making all trans people look bad. You know, it's a common argument used against non-binary people, for example, right? You're making all of us look bad because, well, you're existing in an inconvenient way. And, like, this is a similar thing, right? Conservatives will continue to lie about migrants. They lie about migrants right now. They talk about how illegal immigration like lowers wages for American workers, and that's just not true. Even the most conservative studies on this find that that's not true. Like, they'll say that, like, MS-13 is, like, this huge, colossal problem, but the second Donald Trump gets into office, the problem has been solved because Donald Trump is in office now. He didn't actually even do anything. MS-13 just seemingly disappeared. You know, the idea that these undocumented immigrants are, like, bringing in truckloads of fentanyl, when the biggest importers of fentanyl in the United States are hospitals, because that's a drug that's used in hospitals. Like, the lies don't have to have a basis in truth, because Republicans don't have a basis in truth. Their ideology is not based in truth. It's based in rhetoric. It's based in political ideals. And, like, again, they've both Jen and Anna have been in this business for a long time. They know the NYPD lies constantly. We know that, like, police officers plant evidence all the time. There was a major news story just recently about how an entire police department in a border town in America was the center of a fentanyl smuggling operation. Like, the people doing all these things are Americans, and yet the people who take the blame for it are asylum seekers. You know? Let's watch the rest of this.
Migrants are like. And as we know, based on studies that have been conducted previously, there's no indication that immigrant communities have a higher rate of crime. Okay, anyone who claims that they do, it's just unfounded. There's no...
Wow. So it's really weird that immediately prior to you saying this, you talked about how, like, oh, well, you know, this is gonna prove all of the Republican allegations about asylum seekers. Even though there are studies that disprove that, meaning that those allegations are already not true. So what's the concern here? The job here is like unraveling the Republican propaganda. You can cover this story, but I feel like not enough evidence, not enough emphasis in this story was placed on the fact that it's incomplete, that it's based on one side of the story that has been edited and run through a PR team for the NYPD.
Evidence of that. But if the left starts providing cover for migrants who do commit crime and feel emboldened enough to literally assault police officers as they're trying to detain someone else, that sends a really bad message about what the left wants to represent. And it also allows for...
It also sends a pretty bad message if you, as a member of the left, immediately buy police propaganda and say that, and also say that, like, if you don't believe this story at first blush, you are doing a service to Republicans who are going to lie anyway, whether it's true or not.
In my opinion, the defamation of migrants who are here, who have legitimate asylum claims, and should not be treated any differently from ordinary people, especially considering how vulnerable they are and how they're here either for safety or for opportunity.
I love the distinction that can't also be true of the boys in that video. Again, based off just the NYPD's video.
So this should not paint a picture of asylum seekers. But for those who cause these kinds of problems, there should be consequences, and they should be deported.
There are, and they are. Like, this is the part I don't get. This is the part I don't get. If you commit a crime while you're going through the asylum process, you still get arrested and charged, and you have to be found guilty of that crime first. And if it's severe enough, then you get deported. But it takes the conviction. It takes the conviction. I feel like I'm looking at a math problem. You know, like one of those like Facebook like memes that your mom or dad might post, and it's like, oh, what's the order of operations on this math equation? And it has like things in parentheses and like multiplication and addition, subtraction, etc. I feel like I'm watching someone answer that question incorrectly because they don't understand the order of operations. And it's weird to me because I know that she knows how this works. I don't know if like there's just been a massive like forgetfulness thing going around. Like did they cross a ferry? Did they break a mirror? I don't know. Did they get cursed by one of the Fae folk to just lose memories?
Immediately. So at least 41 people have been arrested at the Roosevelt Hotel since May. The Roosevelt Hotel in New York City has been used for migrant shelters, and apparently they've had 41 people who've been arrested. Most of those cases involve domestic violence. An asylum seeker was accused of bashing an employee in the head with a no parking sign in June after the worker basically kicked him out of the building for being unruly. The worker ended up with a 6-inch gash on his head, and Mayor Eric Adams made an unannounced visit to the hotel within days to basically survey the situation. A 30-year-old migrant at the Manhattan hotel turned shelter was also arrested for alleged child endangerment. His alleged victim was an 11-year-old daughter, and that's according to police reports.
Yeah, we shouldn't paint a picture of these people, but anyway, look at how terrible all of these people are. Like, man, I'm getting a lot of mixed messages from this segment.
Reports on the matter, and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office later declined to prosecute because prosecuting people is tough. You need to actually prove your case, and if it's not an open and shut case, they just drop it. So a spokesperson for the Manhattan DA's office says, after thorough investigation and review of the...
Man, it's almost like, I don't know. We could just like do like a weird like a little Google, like for example, what happens if an asylum seeker commits a crime? Result number 1 from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. An asylee's, wow, I didn't know asylum seeker had a singular form. Asylees. Greatest concern is conviction of a particularly serious crime including any aggravated felony. Such conviction may result in the termination of his or her asylum status, after which he or she can be removed for grounds of inadmissibility. So again, all of what she's talking about is addressed through the court system. If someone is convicted of a felony, they get their asylum status revoked. It just takes a conviction, not an arrest, a conviction.
The facts, the people declined to prosecute this matter. If a crime cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, it is our ethical duty not to charge it. It seems like they believe it's their ethical duty not to charge anyone with anything. So we'll see how it plays out for the people who were caught.
I'm sorry. Can we roll that back a little bit?
Prosecuting people is tough. You need to actually prove your case. And if it's not an open and shut case, they just drop it.
Yeah, it turns out you need to be able to convict the person. You need to have enough evidence to convict them. That's the case with all crime.
So a spokesperson for the Manhattan DA's office says, after thorough investigation and review of the facts, the people declined to prosecute this matter. If a crime cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, it is our ethical duty not to.
About which crime? You just read out a whole list of them.
Within days to basically survey the situation. A 30-year-old migrant at the Manhattan hotel turned shelter was also arrested for alleged child endangerment. His alleged victim was an 11-year-old daughter, and that's according to police reports on the matter. And the Manhattan District Attorney's Office later declined to prosecute.
Okay, later declined to prosecute that case. Why? Like, again, you don't go into the details of that case. You just say that they declined to prosecute and kind of make a hand-wavy gesture here towards the fact that, like, oh, well, they declined to prosecute because it'd be too hard. It would take too many resources on their part. But they're also required to be able to prove their case. If they didn't have the evidence to prove it, then it doesn't matter whether they're an asylum seeker or not. Like, they still wouldn't be convicted because there's not evidence.
Because prosecuting people is tough. You need to actually prove your case.
Yeah.
And if it's not an open and shut case, they just drop it. So spokesperson.
Also, if these cases are about domestic violence, they fall into a similar category and into a similar problem that a lot of other non-asylum seeker cases fall into when it comes to domestic violence, which is people choosing not to prosecute. People, initially calling the cops and then changing their minds that they don't want to press charges against the person who beat them. Like, this is a thing that happens all the time outside of these circumstances. And that's just a problem with the particular types of crimes you're talking about.
For the Manhattan DA's office says, after thorough investigation and review of the facts, the people declined to prosecute this matter. If a crime cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, it is our ethical duty not to charge it. It seems like they believe it's their ethical duty not to charge anyone with anything.
Citation needed.
So we'll see how it plays out for the people who were caught in that surveillance footage beating the crap out of those cops. But anyone who thinks like, oh, who cares? We don't like cops, so let them do whatever they want. You're ridiculous, okay? You're ridiculous. Not all of us have the resources, as Cori Bush did, to hire private security and feel safe. Ordinary citizens have their tax money sent.
Again, this is made even more rich by the fact that the longer video that has since come out from the NYPD shows that the people who were being harassed in this video were the migrants. They were being harassed by the cops and then assaulted by the cops. The people who were making them not safe in that situation were the cops.
Sent to local police departments for protection to keep the community safe. So if you have a situation in which police are getting the message that they can be assaulted like that, and then right after they're booked, they're just released without bail. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna harm
because they're released because they need, like, they are trusted by the court system to make it to their court date, which the overwhelming majority of them do. And if they don't go to their court date, then it gets escalated to like a felony. And if they commit another crime, like that, obviously, then they get sent to jail to be held until their court dates. My God. The only thing cashless bail does is prevent people from being held in jail because they're poor.
Recruitment efforts in a situation where we already have a shortage of police officers. So when you call the cops because you need them and they're unable to come because there is that shortage, don't complain about it if you provided cover for the kind of behavior we saw in that surveillance footage.
This is insane. This is insane. Oh yeah, if you think that cops assaulting immigrants, man, this is deeply disappointing, man.
But aside from that, if these guys are comfortable enough to openly, publicly, in broad daylight beat the crap out of police officers, what do you think they're willing to do to ordinary people? We already know one of them had no problem beating up or assaulting retail workers. So what kind of other damage are they going to do to other members of that community? No, we got to speak out against this stuff, and we have to speak out against it loudly. We have to be clear that they're not representative of immigrants and migrants. But we also have to be clear that we on the left denounce and condemn this kind of behavior and want consequences for it. And if you don't,
you know, I just have to say, I want to make it clear. You know, I'm gonna let her finish.
Just think about what kind of message that sends to the general public about what the priorities and actual values of the left happen to be.
You know, I'm just gonna say something real quick, okay? I agree. We do have to speak loudly out against this stuff. We do have to speak out against it. We have to be clear that when lefties come out and they say reactionary garbage like this, based on a fragment of a story that is only propagated and backed up by the NYPD, we have to hold them accountable. When it comes out later that they were wrong, that they were completely and utterly wrong about the content of the story they covered, about the angle they chose to cover the story from, about the substantiation they gave to the story, and like the awfulness of the coverage itself. Like, I'm genuinely curious, and I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm genuinely curious to see if Anna is going to at all issue a retraction, a correction, any kind of statement on this. Because it's a really, really bad look to instantly cover the PR, the press release from the NYPD, and then just go silent when it turns out, oh, oops, you covered it before the full video came out. Deeply disappointing, clownish, and I'm frankly just astonished at this lack of analysis. Anyway, I have to use the bathroom. I will be right back. BRB. Hello. Howdy. y'all doing? Hey, Astral Storm. Hello, Mistress Lynn. Hello, Bill the Dog. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Jess. Hey, Young Black Economist. Did you get your present? No. Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to playing it. I'm going to put it on my calendar, I think. The 22nd is, I believe, the release date. So I'll play it that day. There we go. Thank you, Salmon Moose. Yeah, I know that segment made me viscerally upset. Okay, we need to turn off snapping on my computer because this is ridiculous. Beep boop boop boop. What is the game? It's called Pacific Drive. We watched a trailer for it yesterday. It's kind of like an Eldritch Oregon Trail? Kind of? How you doing? I'm doing all right, Eddie. We just covered the covered a story about migrants being assaulted by police that was spun by TYT to be a story about migrants assaulting police. Eldritch Oregon Trail sounds awesome, right? How do I turn off snapping on Windows? How to turn off snapping on Windows. Okay. System multitasking. Boop 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 boop. Boop boo doo 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 do 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 do. Do I need to refresh Explorer? Ba da da ba da ba da da. Ba da ba 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 da da. Ba do 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 do. Oh, it's not Windows Explorer doing that. Okay. Interesting. Is it this? Restart. No. What the hell? Boo boo boo. Boo doo boo boo. Boo doo doo doo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why do you want snapping turned off? Here, I'll show you why. Because for some reason, my Windows is like permanently stuck previewing like a snap attempt that is not actually happening, and it won't go away, and it's bothering me a lot. Right? Like, This is supposed to go away. You can see it's like a weird film over like the actual desktop. What app does it come from? I don't know. I thought it was coming from Windows Explorer. It's not. So I'm not exactly sure what is guiding this at the moment. It'll be stuck there until you kill the app, but I don't know which app it is. That's the problem. Is it Windows default lock screen? Let's find out. Nope. Wasn't that one. Man, Windows sure likes to make multiple svc host.exes, huh? Looks like it's the start menu. Have you tried restarting Chrome? Well, the issue isn't Chrome. The issue is my browser, or not my browser, my desktop. See you, live animals. Have a good meditation. It's Windows Manager, which is Explorer.exe. I restarted Explorer.exe. Here, I'll do it again. It stays in place in front of Explorer.exe. Could be the search bar? Nope. No, not Internet Explorer. The Explorer executable, which is what makes your your Windows desktop. You might have to kill that app. Okay, I mean, worth giving it a shot. That is an interesting theory. Let's put it to the test here. Might be Google Chrome. Let's just restart Google Chrome. Hey! Good guess. Let's go. There we go. Google Chrome was just angry. So File Explorer, well, the name of the executable is just explorer.exe. Good thinking, Fortnite. Sounds like you need to restart. The issue is, once I start, normally I would absolutely restart and just fix the problem. The issue is that currently I'm streaming, and I know from experience that if I stop streaming, about half of you will go and do something else. And I like keeping y'all here to hold you hostage for content. Okay? That's my job. Speaking of, folks, we've been going for over 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, I had to run. I had to go to the bathroom so bad for like half of that segment. So I'm sorry, but Gayfesh, I want to get Jazz Dog. I want to like commission Jazz Dog to make me like like bathroom music or like intro music. I think that'd be really fun. But that also requires money, so haven't done that yet. But folks, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because I know we got white names in chat, and also I know that I need to be able to pay rent and eat food, and that costs money, baby. So consider dropping some subs and donos, and you too can truly not be transphobic. But if you don't, I'm sorry. Transphobe. Jazzdog has the bops. Jazzdog has great bops. Also, Lanzetta, you suggested I cover a segment earlier. What was that? Because I read your comment and I thought it seemed like maybe a good idea. I feel called out. I leave if the stream goes down, but only because I get sidetracked by other things and then forget about the stream. I know. I know. I understand. Let's see. Jazzdog does great music. Absolutely. Though I gotta say, this Mario art for the N64, Mario Artist soundtrack is pretty great. Crystal v. Sagar on immigration. I would like to see that. I like when Crystal actually pushes back on Sagar and Jetty, that little fashy fuck. YouTube chatters are valid. True. Anyway, if we got any Oilers, any BWAers out in chat, I would very much appreciate it. Cute Cotton Candy Cat, thanks for jumping over to the Riverboat site. Is it possible to set custom pronouns on here? I don't know. Let me take a look in the back end if there's a way I can play with that. I'm not sure if there is on my end. Users? No. Style? No. Chat? Maybe? Huh? No. I can change pronoun position or pronoun shape. Doesn't look like I can change the available pronouns. But Cute Cotton Candy Cat, I know that the White Forest folk are pretty responsive, so if you put in a support request, they might be able to help you with that. They're good noodles. I know the White Leaf folk are like good eggs, so I feel like they would help you with that. Charlie, thank you for the $5 super chat, followed by Kevin Maxwell Smith. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Man, Riverboat.gg chatters getting shown up by YouTube today. My God. I never thought I'd live to see the day. All right. You know what? Sure. You know, we'll do the Crystal v. Sagar debate, because I feel like it's pertinent to the last thing we just covered. And then after that, we'll cover Israel, huh? How about that? We'll get some updates on what's happening in Israel and the Gaza Strip. Sound good? We all good? We Gucci? YouTube chat rising. Lanzetta, you guys are great representation. That was brutal. Shark 300, thank you very much for the raid. You're just in time. We're about to start a new segment. You all ready? Oh god. You all ready for that? We just got done going over TYT absolutely beefing it when it comes to a story about NYPD police officers. So we're going right along. We're about to cover a debate between Crystal and Sagar and Jetty. Crystal Ball. Yes, folks, go follow Shark300 over on Twitch and on YouTube. Excellent content creator. Friend of the show. Also, Shark, we gotta let's have like a talk sometime. Let's get together and just like chat about lefty topics. I don't know. I don't have like a specific topic in mind, but I had a talk with Demon Mama not too long ago, and it'd be nice to talk with you. I don't think we've ever like had like a prolonged conversation. That'd be nice. There's a YouTube stream. Hell yeah, I hate Twitch. Yeah, come on over to YouTube. There are no ads on YouTube, and you could also come over to riverboat.gg, which is the on-screen chat as well. Also no ads. A nice chill chat. We are nice chill people, you know? We're all right. Oh my god.
Slander. GG greater than YT chat any day of the week. See how we slay the H-white names here? You cannot stand before us hug. Trans.
Bisadu, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Dwarfing YouTube chat. My god. It's true. They don't slay the white names over in YouTube chat to the extent that you guys slay white names. It's true. It's true. A wild Baradactyl. That's a very lovely username. I like it. Howdy. Far Eastern Myth. Hello. Thanks for coming over to the chat. Howdy. Sagar goes full fascist as per usual from the guy who used to work for Tucker. Well, yeah, Sagar and Jetty has been like openly fascist for like years now. Like it's not really like a surprise to me. Like you didn't like honestly, you just had to listen to what he said in order to understand like he's trying to be like a populist fascist. That's like his main thing. So, like, he would say things that would not be in line with, like, where the Republican Party was at the time. And people would be like, oh, well, maybe he's kind of a lefty. And, like, then he'd just, like, coyly smile about it because he's duping everybody. Kyle, Sagar, Breaking Point. All right. We need to find the debate. Is it the Crystal and Sagar go to war over border crisis bill? It has both of them in the thumbnail. I'm going to assume that this is it. All right, here we go. Again, have not pre-watched, know nothing about this. Let's see what happens here. Does this look about right, Lanzetta? Is this the segment you were talking about? I feel like this is probably along the right lines. Also, their Breaking Point set has gotten better. It's better than I remembered, anyway. It's okay, Drago. Oh, okay, wait. Is this becoming a thing? Wait, before we start this, is this becoming a thing? Like, am I gonna have to cover, like, Vosh on Hee Hee? Is that something you guys are gonna want from me? I mean, I usually cover, like, when Ethan dips his toes in politics, but, like, is this, like, gonna be not cool? I feel like it's gonna be not cool. No, please no. Vosh had a whole stream for it? They made a bad hit piece? I guess that's not surprising. Disappointing, not surprising. It's okay if you don't? Alright, I'm glad. Thank you for giving me special dispensation. Yes, it's time for everyone's favorite show, Crystal and Soggy.
Let's go ahead and get to the major news here in Washington. The border bill arrived and seemingly died upon arrival.
I will say one thing. Sagar is held back by the fact that he doesn't wear suits that fit him. Okay? If Sagar wore, like, better-fitting suits, he would be a much more effective fascist.
Negotiated by Senator James Lankford, Senator Kirsten Sinema, and some Senator Chris Murphy as well from the Democratic side. Kirsten Sinema, I guess, from the independent side. Shall we call it that, Crystal? And then we have Senator Lankford being from the state of Oklahoma. So Senator Lankford appeared on Fox and Friends yesterday morning to make his case.
Oh, wait, the Vosh he thing went big? If it went big, then I might cover it anyway. I'm just not going to cover it today.
For the bill and to rebut some of his GOP colleagues who preemptively were rejecting some of the details. Here's what he had to say.
He said no self-respecting senator should agree to vote on a 370-page bill this week. Any 41 senators can prevent the bill from proceeding. If you agree that senators should have this bill for at least a few weeks and certainly more than a few days before voting on it, say so. You understand where he's coming from, right? Don't you guys have a procedural vote this week? And you're going to vote on the bill by the end of the week?
So we actually have this bill came out yesterday, Sunday. The first procedural vote is Wednesday. And
I have to say, I did not expect that voice to come out of this man. This man does not look like he would have a very low baritone.
that procedural vote is literally just open it up to be able to go through it and to be able to say, are we going to debate it this week? That's what Senator Lee is actually talking about. It's interesting that he said he's already opposed to it. He needs 3 weeks to be able to read it, but he's already opposed to it. Again, people have got to be able to read it, go through it themselves. Don't just go off a Facebook post somewhere what the bill says. This dramatically changes asylum. It dramatically changes
Astral
deportation.
Storm, thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs.
We no longer have a 10-year backlog. It builds more wall. Those are the key things that it actually does. But read it for yourselves. Don't just believe what's online.
Read it for yourselves. And many Republicans did and still have ended up rejecting it. We will get to that. But
yeah, I mean, like, at this point, we're several days after the rejection. Like, going over this is pointless, largely, but it's
Florida
fun
man
watching them
bludgeons
debate.
father to death after learning he got the vaccine.
Yep. It's almost like conservatives are insane. And when you drip feed them propaganda that tells them that vaccines are actually alien DNA, or that or that like federal officials need to be fought in the streets with tooth and nail, it's not really surprising that some of them will violently kill their own family members over it. Like, we've done... I feel like we've done that story so many times in so many different versions. Like, after Trump lost, the guy who, like, took his kids down to Mexico and, like, beheaded them and, like, killed them because, like, the deep state was going to be controlling America from here on out. Or, like, the guy who just, like, a couple weeks ago beheaded his father because his father... He thought his father was a federal employee, and also that he was literally God, and that by killing his dad, he was going to start like a massive uprising against Joe Biden. Like, we've covered this story so many times. Like, this is the after effects of stochastic terror. You know, this is like the knock-on consequence of rhetoric that pushes for that, right?
There's actually a good summary of this deal from Bill Melugin. Some of you guys may be familiar with him. He's the Fox News reporter who covers the border. He's very critical of the immigration situation of Biden. So I think, you know, his overall summary, I think you could take from the most skeptical point of view. We can go ahead and put this up there on the screen, and I'll read from some of it. So he says, quote, "New my initial highlights from the border deal. There's no amnesty and legalization of anyone already who is in the U.S. illegally. It funds an increase for ICE detention capacity from 50,000 from the current 34,000. There's a 7-day, this is the most controversial part, so please pay attention to this. At a 7-day rolling average of 5,000 encounters per day, or 8,500 encounters in a single day, the Department of Homeland Security, quote, would be required to shut the border down and turn away anyone who crosses. No new asylum claims would be allowed. Anyone crossing would be removed. It would end the idea of, quote, I made it to U.S. soil and you have to process me. That would be over. Border Patrol would not process an illegal crosser and they would be removed. No asylum claim permitted unless it was made at a port of entry.
Yeah, by the way, this is just an insane policy. Like, my understanding is there's like already like on average like 4,500 encounters per day. And again, what exactly constitutes an encounter, right? So like if that average went up or spiked, it would immediately trigger the border to be shut down. And the process, I think, like shuts down the border for like almost a year, and then like can be renewed for like diminishing periods of time, but like would like shut down the border for like a period of like total 5 years if like there were encounters like this, you know? Like it's not a real, like this isn't a realistic thing. This actually reads to me like a pie in the sky type of ask from Republicans that Democrats granted begrudgingly as an attempt to be bipartisan on this bill. That's what this reads like to me. And they still said no, because obviously they said no, because they don't actually care about the border. They care about opposing Democrats. That is the main thrust of Republicanism in the United States.
Pay attention to that because it's important.
Hey,
they
Puffin
then go
Joe.
on and they say, this does not mean that, quote, for, quote, 5,000 are allowed in. Before the authority kicks in, single adults would be detained, families would be released via alternative to detention, asylum cases would be fast-tracked to months rather than years under a new rapid expanded system. Those who fail would be quickly removed from the U.S. The initial pass would be reviewed from work authorization claims.
Like, honestly, there were good parts of this bill. Like, part of the bill, like, required hiring much more like judicial staff in order to expedite the asylum process. Because right now, what we're basically dealing with, the reason there's a border crisis is because we don't have enough bureaucratic officials to handle all of these people. And so it's like we hold them in detention camps for years until they can see a judge to decide whether or not they can stay here. Like that's not an effective system. Like we could just pass a standalone bill to fund that, but that's not popular. It doesn't get people talking, and Republicans would just torpedo it. You know, because again, the point isn't making the border function. The point is cruelty. The point is punishing people who are, from outside. You know, we gotta punish those outsiders. We gotta feel like we're doing something. And in order to feel like we're doing something, we have to make sure that there are bodies on those razor wires, okay?
And 90-day supervision until final asylum claim is determined. Shutdown authority doesn't drop until the crossings decrease significantly in the days following that. Significantly, there are tougher asylum requirements and a highly credible fear standard.
Oh, sorry. When I was talking about the border shutdowns, I was talking about the proposed executive power that Biden put forward of being able to shut down the border. That had a rolling period that would add up to like 5 years of the border being shut down continuously. That's crazy. That's a crazy power to give the president, someone who only has like a 4-year term.
Including the 3 bars to eligibility, criminal history, could they have resettled in another country on the way to the U.S. It's called a safe third country.
Yeah, no, exactly, Jess. When Republicans cut the budget for the border, they cut the judges who deal with undocumented cases, who deal with asylum seekers. When those judges are cut, it slows down the whole process. And honestly, it would not surprise me to find out that type of legislation, that those types of cuts are specifically lobbied for by like private companies who operate immigrant detention camps. It would not surprise me if there's like some sort of weird loophole that's being exploited here, turning undocumented immigrants into essentially slave labor, much like we do in our other for-profit prisons.
and, quote, could they have resettled somewhere else in their own country? Just saying that you're scared to return home no longer is enough to be required in the initial interview. It appears that that legislation would then move asylum claim decisions away from immigration judges and have them be handled by USCIS, which is the U.S. immigration system. Next, they talk here about some of the increases to FEMA, humanitarian aid, increase in the number of new visas that will be granted over the last 5 years to 50,000. Funding, and this is another important part I want to pay attention to.
Yeah, new visas, good. This is a good part right here. This is great. The rest of it is terrible.
To funding to hire hundreds more ICE deportation officers, Border Patrol agents, and USCIS asylum officers. It says no unaccompanied minor could be removed, and some of these minors would receive attorneys pro bono and are
This is also good. Unaccompanied minors need legal protection because currently in our immigration courts, 3-year-olds who are not accompanied by an adult stand trial themselves. They literally represent themselves in court. Like, there's a 3-year-old being cross-examined by an actual lawyer. You know, that's insane, dude. That's insane. And that's how our system has worked for like the last 30 years.
Taxpayer funded. DHS would take 90 days to have this new system before it goes into place. And the context that he adds at the end is that the border has seen at least 5,000 encounters almost every single day of the last couple of years. Under Biden,
yeah.
So if the bill were signed into law, the border would likely be shut down on the first day that it takes effect. So, Crystal, with all of that and with that skeptical summary, I think, here by the Fox News reporter, it does seem to still mean that almost all Republicans have rejected it out of hand. The House...
Well, yeah, no, this, Neuron, exactly. The Democrats gave Republicans almost everything they wanted in this bill. And they said no, because that's exactly what has happened with every bipartisan attempt Democrats have made. Democrats cave, and then Republicans go, no, we don't want that. We actually want something even more extreme. You know, they want something even more unattainable.
Representatives say it's a non-starter and that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear there. This is a bill that is very, pretty far in the restrictionist direction. It is not something the Democrats ever would have agreed to under Donald Trump or would agree to next time under Donald Trump. Historically, any sort of increased enforcement mechanisms have been tied in a quote-unquote comprehensive immigration bill with some sort of path to legalization. There is absolutely none of that there. There's a real... So I do want to say there are pieces of this bill that I would actually support, including, as we've discussed, I mean, one of the biggest problems is you have this massive asylum case backlog, millions of cases, so it takes years for these cases to be adjudicated. You know, there are provisions in here...
You know, and again, this would maybe be less of a problem if we gave asylum seekers or undocumented immigrants pathways towards citizenship. It would take the burden off of our immigration courts if that was the case. But unfortunately, we don't do that. We don't want to consider undocumented immigrants people in America, apparently. So that doesn't exist. But that would be another way to help thin out the immigration the immigration courts, colossal workload.
Here that would help to expedite that and also would flood the zone with resources to help get rid of that backlog. I think that part is important. But there's also a sort of direct attack on asylum itself, making it much more difficult to claim asylum. It's already extremely difficult to be granted asylum. The bar is already extremely high. And then there's also, as we discussed before, this quote-unquote shut down the border, which is a little bit misleading how this is labeled.
I could not
But basically the idea is once you get to over 5,000 on average on a daily basis, and there are some provisions in there like the president could change that authority, which is the other piece, is like you are giving the president, whether it's Biden or Trump, massive new powers under this bill. But the idea is once you get
I mean, like, what I feel like the president is already very, very powerful. Do we really need to give the president unilateral authority to shut down all the borders in the country on a whim for like 3 years, 3 or 4 years max? I don't think so.
To that 5,000, you basically
Hey,
sort of
Dustin the
like
Damned.
end due process and say, screw it to asylum whatsoever. So let me just talk about the politics, because in some ways what's in
I'm not familiar with this show. What is it? Basically, these two people used to host a show called Rising over on the Hill. They got canned. They made their own spin-off show on YouTube called Breaking Points. And the basic gimmick of the show is that she is a left-leaning person and Sagar is, you know, ostensibly a mild-mannered conservative person, but it turns out Sagar and Jetty is just a fascist. So it's like, it's basically, you know, well-meaning. Would Crystal be like a liberal or like a slightly more left-leaning individual? I'm not entirely familiar with her actual like ideological like foundations. But yeah, no, Sagar is a fascist, and she's either like a moderate lefty or like, you know, a decent liberal to the left of liberalism. Okay. And they talk about the news together.
The bill isn't all that important, given that it doesn't have a chance in hell of passing. You know, the politics here are that Trump basically came out and said, I don't want you guys to support this bill. And the Republican Party was like, okay, we won't. And so someone like James Lankford, who, you know, took at face value the idea that the Republicans actually wanted a deal that combined border funding.
Yes, she also does the Crystal and Kyle show. Yeah.
With Ukraine funding, with Israel funding, which was what Republicans were pushing for at the beginning of this process. Someone like him who, you know, really tried to negotiate in good faith and really tried to give Republicans the like restrictionist ideas that he wanted under the context of a Democratic administration. He's left holding the bag like, hey guys, I thought this is what y'all wanted. But, you know, the politics at the end of the day rules the day. One more thing on the politics, because I think this is important. There is a lot of Democratic glee about, oh, Biden, he's so clever. Like, look at how he called their bluff. And now he's flipped the script on immigration. And now Republicans are, you know, look bad on this. And they're exposed as not really wanting to be serious about this problem. I don't buy that analysis at all.
I totally agree.
I agree with this, actually. Like, I agree. I think that's a good insight from Crystal, because I think that honestly what we just saw happen with immigration is essentially the MAGA movement pull Biden to the right on immigration. What we saw is the entire Democratic Party move lockstep farther to the right. And like the idea here is that like essentially Biden is trying to cater towards independence in the middle by moving right. And this is a situation in which he has, you know, looked at the numbers and he's like, well, you know, people on the left are already mad at me anyway over this Israel-Gaza situation where I'm complicit in the genocide of people in the Gaza Strip. So might as well try and move to the right to try and get some of those independents to vote for me. And it is deeply disappointing. I feel like there's still time right now if he recalibrated to like win back some of the support he lost from like Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans, but I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to change, and at the very least, he's not going to change fast enough. Like the press conference the other day, he inadvertently called for a ceasefire. That was pretty funny, but and was like a pretty big deviation from the White House's rhetoric up to that point. But like it's February already. You know, it's been months. That this type of recalibration should have happened like, I don't know, in December at the latest.
I do not buy that analysis at all. Number one, the border, whatever's happening there is still happening on your watch. And, you know, whatever I think of it, there are many Americans who find the chaos, and I think that's fair, who want to see an orderly border process, and that does not exist right now. That is still going to be the case. It is still going to be under a Biden administration, and so that's a problem. Number two, you know, in the last election, Biden versus Trump, We had that prior to that election, we had the whole child separation policy, which Americans were genuinely horrified by. I mean, it was terrible. These kids who were orphaned by the United States government, the audio that was leaked of the Border Patrol agents mocking them, and all of that was horrifying. And Biden, in part to win a Democratic primary, he really positioned himself as being much more compassionate, of having this inclusive message about immigration.
This is true. Biden positioned himself that way, and it turns out he just lied. He kept most of Trump's policies when it came to immigration when he came into office, and that's one of the big primeval failures of his entire administration.
Saying he would be a clean break from Donald Trump. And that ended up being a winning message. I mean, I'm not going to say that was like the #1 reason why he got elected, but that was part of the appeal, is it would be a break from the cruelty and the chaos of a Donald Trump administration. What Biden and the Democrats have effectively done here is just embraced all of the Republican arguments on immigration, just completely caved and effectively said, like, you're right about immigration and your model is the right model. And guess what? If you want a border...
honestly, ran the fool. Exactly. I agreed. Like, the best thing, if Biden was running or had a campaign manager who was half awake, the message here would be that immigrants are hardworking people who are coming to America to do work. And it would be combining or connecting that message with his pro-union message, with his pro-working message, right? That would be the winning, like, combination there of, like, making this connection between U.S. workers and migrant workers and, like, building kind of this solidarity between the two in order to, like, forge ahead, like, a path of hope for, like, the working class in America. That would be a winning campaign message. Instead, what he's done is said, fuck those immigrants, essentially. And he's just... that the immigration policy of the Democratic Party under Biden is now the same as the Republican one. I mean, the Republican one might be more needlessly cruel, but the basic foundations are largely the same. Like, he's just... whoever is managing his campaign and his political maneuverings is really, really bad at it. And also just, like, heartless. To an extent that is hard to articulate. It's shameful, it's a failure, and, like, I'm so upset and angry every day because my job, as I see it, is to get people to vote for this shambling corpse of a campaign. And that's good. That's a tall order, guys. Vote for this asshole who's ineffective, has horrible messaging, is advocating monstrous policies both domestically and abroad, because our alternative is fascism. it sucks, man. Yeah, maybe the message I need to, like, pivot to is, like, vote all the way down ballot, you know? Like, all of the good things you can get down ballot are great. I don't know. It's been part of why I've wanted to, like, open the stream the last several days by talking about, like, good things that are going on, like Harris County getting UBI in Texas, or Minnesota being able to get, like, a free school lunch and breakfast program. These are huge victories that we can get on local and state levels by getting involved in our current system, and I think more of us need to be involved. And I think that the more of us that get involved, the more power we can get between all of us. And once we have a certain amount of power, we can make sure that milquetoast neolibs like Biden don't emerge from primary processes. You know? Part of why I advocate for you guys to get involved in local and state election processes is so that we can build power together. So that's why I cover these stories. That's why I advocate for that. And that's where, like, I take the most hope right now when stories like this make my stomach feel like a ball of lead is inside it.
border hawk, you are not going to defeat Donald Trump
Totally, yes.
on those grounds.
Yes.
Like, why would you compete on who can be the biggest asshole at the border? You are not going to win that competition. So one of the basics of
I mean, I feel like calling him a neo-lib implies the corporatism.
Politics is to try to fight the fight that you want to fight on the grounds that you want to engage, where your strengths are. No, don't go to the place where he's the strongest, where if it's a competition of like who's going to be the most cruel and the most restrictionist at the border, there's no doubt that Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are going to win that all day long. So I think all of this celebration, oh, Biden's so clever, Biden's so smart, this was such a great ploy, is insane. I think it's cope. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's foolish.
I totally agree on the politics. Disagree a bit on the policy. People can go watch some of our debates on that in the past. But yeah, I mean, listen, no matter what, like I'm a pretty strong immigration voter.
Yeah, I mean, like, one hand wonder. I agree with you there. The main point I will make is that in the past, the betrayal and backstabbing of the unions would have been much more profound and devastating to the actual unions, i.e. Reagan and the air traffic controllers, Like, I think that even with, like, Biden's fumbling of the rail union workers, like, he's still the most pro-union president we've ever had. And that's, I mean, the bar was ungodly levels of low. But, like, that point, I think, still stands.
I would say is one of the main, if anything still ties me to the main Republican Party, it would be immigration. Why would I ever vote for Biden? It's like one of those where if this is a policy where it's one of my #1 issues, and why would I vote for somebody who consistently undermined the immigration policy over the first 3 years, got dragged here kicking and screaming, and is trying to do this for a political ploy, which, as you said, is not going to work. Now, I'll take myself out of it and just say, who are people who are voting on the border? If you are voting on the border, you're a Republican. Like, I just want to break it to you. You are the #1 issue in the Republican Party today amongst the GOP primary electorate is immigration. Also, something else that has become very clear on the politics here, I'm curious what you think of this, is that in the past, excuse me, is that there was a major split on immigration in the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, the Gang of Eight, by and large embraced in 2013 the idea of comprehensive immigration reform paired with some future border enforcement. Now, with basically the shutdown and the collapse of GOP support for even a bill like this, it basically means Trump has won the argument within the party. Even in this, it is over. The starting point for the Republican Party now is zero illegal immigration. Asylum itself, over. I support that.
Which, by the way, that's an impossible goal. No one is going to be able to meet that goal of zero illegal immigration. No country has zero illegal immigration. That's not a possible goal. It's especially not a possible goal with the border that we have right now. It's especially not possible when the vast majority of people who are here illegally just come on legal visas and overstay them. Like, and I find that this is an important point to make, because when you set impossible goals, that's not a bug for the Republican Party. That's not a bug for a fascist movement. That's a blank check. That just means, oh, we're justified in spending ungodly amounts of money militarizing our border patrol. That is, I really want to emphasize this, essentially a recipe to create your own federalized police force within the United States. Essentially, you get to militarize Border Patrol, and Border Patrol can then operate within 100 miles of any border or port of entry or airport in the country, which is essentially almost anywhere in America. Like, what he's describing is essentially a pathway for Republicans to do that. Now, I don't think Republicans would necessarily have done that 20, 30 years ago. But right now, under Trump literally was like salivating during the Black Lives Matter protests at the idea of having a private police force that could black bag protesters. To the extent that he used Border Patrol forces to do that. I believe that they were the ones in unmarked vans abducting protesters. So, this is, yeah. The Supreme Court already had the ruling that makes federal police immune to lawsuits. Yep. So again, this is like almost like the playbook, like writ large for radicalizing America towards fascism. And it scares me, right? That this is one of the main components that could be used to weaponize essentially the colonial empire of America against its own citizens. This is fascism coming home.
That, by the way, just so everybody knows, in terms of revamping our asylum.
Yeah, by the way, he's also, of course, in favor of not having asylum seekers, just denying basic human rights to people, because of course he is.
Process. But my point is that this view was a minority view within the establishment Republican Party. And the way that you know this, Crystal, is that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this bill. It doesn't matter at all. Why did they endorse it? Well, because they like cheap labor, but that's a secondary part. My point is just that the establishment centers of power, the big business groups and others, which combined with the Koch parties, I wouldn't say they'd won the argument with voters, but they certainly had won with the establishment. To have a guy like Langford, who comes from that wing of the party, who did, even he tried to negotiate something like this, and it just be nuked outright, I think that demonstrates like a major shift in immigration politics, period. I also agree with you on the Democratic side, which is, and this is where I actually want to know what you think, because for me, under Trump, it was easy to scream about child separation, even though Obama did it too, and all of this, and then everyone just conveniently forgets that.
I will say this is deeply frustrating. It is deeply frustrating to be radicalized on border policies about like kids in cages, and then like Biden comes into office and the media just completely drops that talking point, even though the practice continues.
Whenever it happens. But to me, the asylum and the images of the border under Biden just became so untenable within the system that they're trying to use past frameworks for the current problem where you have 6 to 8 million people that cross, under the Biden administration. It just seems to have collapsed within its own logic.
Well, I mean, the collapse is a long time coming and predates Joe Biden. Yeah. Because basically, I mean, to go back in some of the history of our immigration system, for a long time, the overwhelming number of people who were coming to America were single Mexican males who were coming for work. And there started to be a shift, largely driven, by the way, by our totally messed up foreign policy vis-a-vis Guatemala, El Salvador in particular, where these countries became incredibly violent and it was incredibly dangerous. And the number of people coming from those Northern Triangle countries spiked. We have not had a major overhaul of our immigration system since the early 90s.
Yeah, so we haven't updated asylum law since the 90s.
Exactly.
Right.
So we have a system that even at its, even when it was sort of reflective of the predominant type of migrant that was coming, it's not like it was working that well then either. And, it's never been updated to be able to process the number of asylum claims that are coming in. There's, always been this tension over, okay, who actually merits asylum. There's been a massive amount of discrimination between the types of migrants that will be granted asylum. For example, if you're from Cuba, probably granted asylum. If you're from Guatemala,
wet foot, dry foot,
you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from Haiti, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from El Salvador, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from like a former communist country, escaping persecution, Venezuela, for example, you will be granted asylum. So it's always been very selective, very political.
Crystal is I've had a lot of criticism of Crystal Ball in the past, for sure. She's doing very well in this segment. I'm actually surprised, and it makes me happy. I don't like getting on other left-leaning people who could ostensibly be my allies, So I'm excited to see her, like you said, VCC TV, on the ball.
And largely broken, and the resources inadequate to deal with the number of people who come now claiming asylum. And that really is the core of the issue. Now,
I mean, she might be bad in other videos, but she's doing well here, and credit where credit's due.
the other piece of the issue was, of course, just a question of like, okay, but how many people do you want to come? How many people is appropriate for, you know, how many people? I think there's a practical consideration of how many people can be absorbed in a nation at a time, given the amount of resources, et cetera. My number for that is much higher than your number for that. You know, I mean, that's where we just like wildly differ. I think we can agree on the need for the additional resources to process the claims, but when it comes to how many people should come into the country, you know, I think we feel very differently about that. But with Joe Biden, what do I think happened that brought him to this place? First of all, I do think he had this idea of like, oh, I'm going to call their bluff.
Yes.
And it's an instinct.
Yeah, no, Joe Biden's strategy here is definitely like a, I'm going to own them in the marketplace of ideas, but like completely setting aside the fact that politics is a game of power. It's not a game of like intellectually owning your rivals, right? If it was a game of intellectually owning your rivals, like Marjorie Taylor Greene wouldn't be in office, okay? Lauren Boebert wouldn't be in office. Louis Gohmert wouldn't be in office. Like these are some of the dumbest human beings alive, and they are in positions of power in the US government. Getting owned intellectually only makes like liberals go, "Oh, yes, well done, sir. Such a brilliant job." Like that's not like actual politics. Politics is power. And it's power that Biden is afraid to wield.
That we have seen reflected in a bunch of European nations as well, among these sort of like center-left neolibs, where it's like, oh, the right is beating me up on immigration, so let me pretend like I'm on the right. And I was telling you, there was a study that The Guardian wrote up recently that looked at whether or not that worked electorally, and they were like, no, it doesn't work. Because if people want an immigration asshole, then they're going to vote for the most, you know, for the right-wing party. At the same time, you're demoralizing your own base. Biden, as we know, because of Israel and other issues, but in particular because of Israel, his base is already demoralized. This only further is like another thumb in their eye of, I'm going to be even harsher on immigration than Donald Trump was, and I'm going to completely flip from the messaging that I ran on back in 2020. So I think electorally, it's foolish. I think the other thing that happened, Sagar, is because you did have these, like I think the project of busing migrants into cities.
Oh, it was genius.
I think that was very effective because it is true that, you know, especially like a city like New York. Now, I think it's preposterous, the idea that a gigantic city like New York, a city that in a very short period of time in the last century gained 30% of its population.
By the way, I want to say something about busing migrants places. The frustrating part of that to me is that it has the potential to do so much good, right? Like if you actually like linked up to like services that would help migrants like settle down and like be able to like integrate into communities and like start working together, like you could like set up a system that helps migrants like get connected and become like productive and like not have to live in like these isolated like enclaves, right? Like we have the ability here, and we're demonstrating the ability to do it here, to actually make the American immigration system better. It's just that instead of using it to make the immigration system better, conservatives use it to punish migrants and like their political rivals elsewhere in the country, instead of using that power for good. It's a very frustrating problem because like again and again and again we're told, oh, migrants are a drain on the economy. No, the drain on the economy here are Republicans wielding power just to be cruel. That's the drain on our economy. Hundreds of millions of dollars wasted in order to be cruel to people whose only crime is bringing their children here to be able to live and grow up and like have a future.
Population and is a city of immigrants can't handle absorbing 100,000 plus immigrants. I think that's preposterous. But if people are coming with zero resources all at once and no work permits even to be able to provide for themselves, well, yeah, that is a drain on resources.
Well,
that's
and they
a
have the right to
difficult thing
shelter.
to deal with.
That's the main difference.
And they have the right to shelter. And so Eric Adams is going like, you know, I need help. What are we going to do? And Kathy Hochul is the same thing in Chicago.
You know what the great thing is, though? Like, because this has spurred a crisis in New York City, New York City is now looking at creating an entirely new branch of the government that would create affordable housing for people who would otherwise be homeless. And, like, again, conservatives will be like, oh, but this is an epic own on the liberal elite in New York City. And it's like, well, the liberal elite in New York City are, at the very least, now going to provide, like, free housing to those people. So congrats on owning them, I guess. Oh no, the homeless and migrants will have a place to stay instead of having to live in dumpsters, I guess. The horror? Congrats, you really owned New York by showing them that you couldn't do that.
Chicago mayor, same thing. And so I do think that that also impacted some of the politics here of how we ended up in this place.
No question. I totally agree. I actually think that's probably the single most impactful thing. One of the reasons, again, why I think it collapsed on its own logic is Europe is a good example. So back in 2015, if people will remember, there was the great Syrian, Afghan migrant wave across Europe, some of which they're still dealing with today. They had the same level of asylum law that they had.
What does that mean, Sagar? When you say some of which they're still dealing with today, what does that mean? Did the people just disappear? Like they dealt with them and they just disappeared? Like those people are still living all across Europe, but they're doing just fine.
Had to grapple with, which is like how much of this is real. Most of these guys are military-age men. What exactly does this all mean?
Oh God, can I just say this is one of my least favorite framings that has gained popularity among like the far right. The idea that the vast majority of immigrants are military-aged men. That phrasing is designed to be scary, as if like, oh, well, they're infiltrating our country in order to attack our country, when the reality is no, they're able-bodied men who are coming here to work, so they can either send wages home to protect their families or bring their families at a later date. Like, yeah, they had to walk across like 1.5 continents. Yeah, no shit, they're going to be able-bodied, like, you know, working age men predominantly. My God. It's also dehumanizing. True.
Mean? Are they trying to stay here? Are they really fleeing for their lives? Well, also they're from a war-torn country. Can we send them back? Like, what do we do?
Right.
And that led to, I mean, the rise of places like Viktor Orban, Hungarian politics. I was just in Vienna and in Budapest.
Man, I love that. I love that Sagar is such a little Weasley fascist, right? That he immediately goes to Viktor Orban, one of the more stable dictatorships in Europe, and is saying, oh yes, Viktor Orban came about because of immigration? No, he didn't. Why? Of course, the fascist is running defense for Viktor Orban.
Both of them told me that the migrant crisis was the single biggest sea change in all of politics. It led to the first breakdown of the Schengen since the 1990s. It really undermined a lot of the internal logic of the European Union. Even today, there's some massive battles about it. And, you know, Rishi Sunak, for example, he is under massive pressure from his right because of the asylum thing. Arguably,
again, this is interesting. He gave up the game here, right? This is interesting. Rishi Sunak is under massive pressure from the right on immigration. So it's not that immigration is happening and causing extensive problems. The issue is xenophobic conservatives are pushing their leaders towards more right-leaning solutions to immigration. It is a political position that is not really informed by the material reality of the situation. It's instead a political position designed to benefit entrenched power, which is what conservatism generally is.
Brexit would not have happened if the German asylum invitee thing had nothing. So the politics of it, I think, really comes down to the fact that the law from the 90s was just not prepared for what the situation was going to be. I think we can genuinely agree. In terms of the policy and all of that now here, as I said, it has now been and shifted dramatically to the right for the Republican Party now. Depending on where you stand, I think that's a good
fun fact. I love that conservatives just kind of gloss over Viktor Orban, like the fact that he's like been in office since like the 90s. Like he was prime minister in Hungary in 1998, and he's now he's a honest to God dictator. They never really mention that part. It's so strange.
Good thing personally, but you know, it's an Overton window shift nonetheless. To underscore that, guys, can we put this please up on the screen? It's the actual whip list, which is the opposition right now to the Senate border deal. What we see here in the opposition right now, Crystal, is that you have 2 no votes, Bob Menendez, Alex Padilla. Actually, I believe Bernie Sanders
also a no.
has been added to that as well.
I think Markey and there's one more that I think there's 5 Democratic or Bernie's and independent no votes.
A lot of this is moving quickly, so we're doing our best. The reason why this is important is that right now it is going to be very difficult for this to even get to 60 votes. The reason why that would matter is that if it's at 60, then it can't even, if it doesn't get 60 votes, it will not even be able to get cloture. The secondary thing that is very important to understand here, if we could put A3 please up on the screen, is that the House of Representatives has already declared, this is a joint statement from Speaker Johnson, Steve Scalise, who's the House Majority Whip, and Elise Stefanik, have all a statement that they've put out and say that the Senate supplemental says any consideration of this Senate bill in its current form is a waste of time. It is dead, capital D, on arrival in the House. We encourage the U.S. Senate to reject it. That, as I understand it, Crystal, is actually playing a huge part in undermining many of the votes in the Senate because many Republicans do not want to take a risky vote on immigration if they know that it's not. I mean, it makes sense, obviously. You know, you don't want to take a bill. Already, Senator Langford, by the way, is under massive fire amongst the GOP faithful from what I've seen. Trump basically disavowed him yesterday, even though, plot twist, he endorsed him. Also, many DeSantis voters are passing this around. In his endorsement of Senator Langford, he said he's strong on the border. You can't even make it up.
I mean,
yeah, just as an FYI, just taking a look here because I was curious. Viktor Orban's Fidesz party in April of 2022 won 54% of the vote in Hungary, but 83% of the districts. That is how badly they have gerrymandered the country and tipped the electoral process in Hungary. There's no democracy there.
I mean, but this bill is strong on the butt. Like this bill.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
Compared to the status quo, if you're in favor of restrictionist immigration policies, this makes it much more stringent. It makes it, much more towards the Republican vision. And I have to say, for me, what this reminds me of is, I don't know if you guys remember, I know you remember, back in the Obama days when there was all this grand bargain, we're going to try to get a grand bargain, and which meant cutting Social Security and Medicare basically. And Obama came to the table with a deal like, here, Tea Party, I'm going to cave to your wishes, and I'm going to put cuts to Social Security and Medicare on the table. And because they, I think it was probably some of the same logic of
the famous line from that time was the fever will break. The Republican dedication to stonewalling any legislation getting through while Obama was in office would break. They would offer them everything they wanted, and Republicans would cave. And under Mitch McConnell, they never did. The fever has never broken for Republicans. They have just continued an acceleration into fascism, and it's deeply, deeply troubling to see. Because keep in mind, Obama put forward cuts to various social programs. He put out, like, he got Medicare for all not Medicare for all, Obamacare passed. But Obamacare was a Republican plan developed by the Heritage Foundation at the behest of Mitt Romney. It was the Republican plan. It was supposed to be the bipartisan plan that Obama pushed through because he had a supermajority, but it was supposed to cater to Republicans, and Republicans just continued to say no. And I do not understand how, after like 20 years of politics wherein Republicans just say no, even when Democrats are weak, spineless, and offer them everything they want, I don't understand the doubling down by Biden, other than the fact that he's hopelessly out of touch and overconfident. You know?
They didn't want to quote unquote give Obama a win, but also, you know, the stated reason was like, oh, this doesn't go far enough and this doesn't do enough. So the Tea Party did, you know, the work of people like me who don't want to see those programs cut and killed that initiative. And guess what? That never came around again. And so, you know, I think, first of all, it's very uncertain whether Donald Trump is going to end up in the White House. I think it's a 50-50 prospect. That's number one. There's no way he's going to have a filibuster-proof majority and control of the House and be able to just like do whatever he wants on the border. Now, he can do what he wants to do with executive action, but that's always limited.
Yeah, it's difficult. Both
in what you can do and also in the duration of how long that lasts. So if you actually want to quote unquote close.
Oh, sorry, just a few highlights from Viktor Orban's point of view. In May of 2022, Viktor Orban promoted the Great Replacement conspiracy theory in a speech. In July of 2022, Orban, repeating the thesis of John Raspail, spoke in Romania against the mixing of European and non-European races, adding, "We Hungarians are not a mixed race, and we do not want to become a mixed race." Yeah. Uh-huh. No, yeah, of course conservatives in America love him. I wonder why.
Close the border and limit asylum and all of these things. Like, this is probably your best chance under a Democratic president. Democrats, like I said, would never agree to something that was so enforcement heavy under Trump or under a Republican president. So I think this probably is their best chance if they actually care about, you know, the restrictionist policies they claim to care about. Just to give you one example, this bill would more than double the budget of ICE.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would give the DHS secretary unilateral powers to deport as many people as he or she wants to deport. Mm-hmm. These are powers that, this is, again, from the Democratic perspective, why I think this is insane. Like, yes, you're giving these powers right now to Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration, but if Trump wins, you're giving those powers to Trump and his administration.
Exactly. It's empowering a fascist if Donald Trump wins. And that is currently, like, very much up in the air.
Are you really comfortable with that and the way that they would use those powers? So, again, I think...
And hell, even if it's not Donald Trump, it would be eventually, at some point, a Republican president.
You actually, you know, back the rhetoric that they back and believe in a restrictionist policy, this is probably the best deal you're going to get. And I am incredibly delighted, especially when you pair it with Ukraine and Israel aid.
Well, yeah, there
that they want to, well, and there we can agree.
Yeah.
That they want to kill this thing and that it's quote unquote dead on arrival in the House.
I'll give you the case that I've heard, which is McConnell's an old man. He's either going to die or he's not going to be there very soon. And he's the only person who is standing.
You know, people keep saying this about folks in the Senate and in Congress and in various other political offices, but I'm genuinely not convinced that those people wind up dying. You know, like, my God. So, well, McConnell's probably going to die at some point. Yeah, that could be like 5, 8, 10 years from now. These evil people live forever. It's crazy.
And Trump actually encouraged him to nuke the filibuster in the case of for border enforcement deal. If we remember, for the border wall, HR 2 already passed the House of Representatives. HR 2 goes much farther than this. I'm a very strong supporter of HR 2. I think it's a great bill on immigration.
Yeah, Mitch
Completely
McConnell
reforms asylum in a very different policy. Endorsed also by the Border Patrol Union.
By the way, this bill is endorsed by the Border
That's
Patrol
why I wanted
Union.
to talk about this.
Yes.
So I did some digging. I asked some of my immigration friends, I go, what the hell are these doing? Because I was like, this can't be real. Brandon Judd, who I know, by the way, Brandon.
Yeah, the Republicans subtly replaced Mitch McConnell with a cardboard cutout with a finger going just pointing down. They like raise him up with like a puppeteer from behind his desk. They just weekend at Bernie's it for like another 10, 20, 50, 100 years.
And was the head of the Border Patrol Unit. I used to work with him quite a bit in the past. So, Crystal, one of the reasons the Border Patrol Union supports this is because it dramatically increases their pay. It's not just over asylum, but that's...
Yeah, but I mean, what they wrote in their endorsement is this gives us like the strongest set of tools that we've ever had.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. No question. But my case, the case that I have heard from those who say is, look, Mitch is going to be gone. We already have the House. We've won the argument. Now the senators are going to vote the way that we tell them to. If we nuke the filibuster for, many Republicans who are not named Mitch McConnell are very open to nuking
Yeah,
the filibuster.
Kissinger was dead at 99, but like people kept thinking he was going to drop dead like 30 years ago.
Filibuster, and they're like, we'll just pass our immigration bill. I know you're against the filibuster too, so it's one of those where...
Maybe, but there's no reason why you couldn't do that. You couldn't pass this bill and then still do that down the road.
I think
that doesn't
it's funny
foreclose
because
the possibility to completely kill
for
asylum
example,
down the road.
The DHS secretary, gets unilateral authority. Well, Republicans don't trust. They're impeaching him right now because they say that he's not following the law. For them, it's actually one of the reasons not to give the power to Mayorkas or to the president.
I mean, but it gives him unilateral authority to deport as many people as he wants
I
to
agree.
deport.
They think
that's not
that
like
number would be zero.
It's not like unilateral authority to give them amnesty. It just goes in one direction. So your worst case scenario is, the status quo.
Well, if you give somebody a work permit and you don't deport them, that basically is amnesty, because when the hell are they going to leave? I mean, that's kind of the...
But
that's not amnesty, though. You can't say, oh, well, sure, they're not giving them amnesty, but they basically have amnesty. But it's not amnesty, though. That's the point. It's not the same.
I think just on a substantive level that I genuinely don't understand, and I want to hear your analysis.
Oh, I mean, Dianne Feinstein did eventually die, but it took, she should have retired, 30 years ago. And when she was elected into office for the first time in '92, she should have died then. No. But I mean, man, how old was she at the end? She's born in 1933. My God. So she was 90 years old too. Genuinely, I think there's a case for elder abuse by her estate, but whatever.
Of Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about, all these people who are leaving New York, going to Texas, going to Florida. And that's seen as that internal migration is seen as I think justifiably so, terrible for New York and terrible for California and fantastic for Texas and fantastic for Florida. But suddenly when it's people who are coming from outside the country, even though they're also just human beings, and by the way, immigrants, some of the clearly hardest working and oftentimes most patriotic people you could possibly meet, suddenly when they're coming from out of the country, when they come to New York, it's oh my God, this is terrible for New York. So how is it that people leaving is bad, but also people...
I think most New Yorkers are pretty pro-immigrant, actually. If you take Staten Island out of the picture, most New Yorkers are pretty pro-immigrant, okay? A lot of people in New York are the kids of immigrants or are immigrants themselves. Yeah.
People coming is bad.
It's a philosophical difference, Crystal, which is that the first part, your people are lawful permanent residents and they're American citizens. And the people who are coming here are not. And in most cases...
But they could be.
Maybe, but, they don't...
Yeah, good point, Crystal. They're not. But they could be. Yeah, we could give them a pathway to citizenship, Sagar. We could do that. We could just offer them a way to become citizens. And then they would be paying taxes. They would be working. They would be literally indistinguishable from any other working American in this country.
They don't pay taxes.
they're
Most
allowed
of them
to-
don't speak English.
But that
they
would
don't have
be
any
that.
skills.
But
There are American citizens who don't speak English, Sagar. Oh, they don't speak English. Oh, well, yeah. So do wide swaths of like Florida, but you don't see people complaining about that. They don't pay taxes. They pay taxes. They do, in fact, pay taxes. And you know how you could get them to pay, like, other types of taxes, aside from, like, sales tax, that they don't benefit from? You could offer them a pathway to citizenship, during which they would also pay taxes. like if your complaint is that they aren't paying their taxes, they're not citizens. So make them citizens and they'll pay their taxes. It's a pretty straightforward proposition.
that would be an argument for a pathway to citizenship, to legalizing them, bringing them out of the shadows. Because yeah, the problem, and this is one of the arguments about like, oh,
Crystal's
it depresses
making
the
my
wages.
argument.
What
Hell yeah.
depresses wages is when you have people who are not legalized, who are in the shadows, who are being paid under the table, oftentimes like less than minimum wage, and not.
Okay, I have to disagree with Crystal here, because I've looked at the data. Undocumented immigrants don't actually depress wages. They raise wages in the areas they work. That's what the data shows. Basically, for every demographic, wages go up when there are immigrants working in the community. There's one demographic for which it does not go up, and instead declines by like 0.5% or something. And that is people who drop out of high school. It's high school dropouts. And we have a solution for that too, okay? Like, again, every other demographic of person generally has wages increase. I think the points she's making, I'm not arguing against what she's going to go on and use this to say. I'm just trying to put out the point that what she's saying is already like ceding too much ground to Sagar, I think. Right?
Having to abide by labor regulations. What you're making is an argument for legalizing immigrants, for allowing in more legal immigrants versus having this massive shadow
I
economy.
actually don't support legalizing immigrants, and I don't support pathway to citizenship for the vast majority of people here. And I'll tell you why, which is that as fundamentally is a fairness issue. People like my parents spent years and tens of thousands of dollars on.
Well, you see, because my parents suffered, I think other people should suffer. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. You know, my parents didn't have heart transplants when they were born, so therefore we shouldn't have heart transplants now. Yeah, like it's a dumb argument when you frame it that way, and it's a dumb argument when he's making it here.
Lawyers trying to get visas. They had PhDs and master's degrees. It's not that easy for people to get a visa to this country. You can ask anybody who's like me. I think it's bullshit, frankly, that you can just cross the border, just say, I fear for my life because El Salvador sucks, and you get to stay here, and you get to work for 5-10 years, liably never leave. The other case, and this is, look, you can call me racist if you want. The vast majority of people arriving here have no skills. We're lucky if they have a 5th grade reading level in Spanish, let alone in English. They're not educated in terms of the jobs that they're going to take.
Not gonna lie, it does come off pretty racist, but also, we have a lot of people like that in America right now who are citizens. Like, we don't just like ship them off to another country. Instead, we should, the proper response to that is invest in education programs. Like think of it this way, guys. Think of it this way, okay? You have two options when confronted with this type of immigration, right? And the option that Sagar wants is to use the money of the taxpayer to lock up asylum seekers or undocumented immigrants, keep them locked up for prolonged periods of time, You know, or alternatively, use tons of money to pay full-time border patrollers to just go around the border to round up people, to have them locked up and patrol these new prisons we're building, and then over time deport them back to their country of origin, at which point they then attempt to come again. Right? You are spending all of that money on the people who are deporting. You are spending all of that money on the deportation infrastructure. You are spending all of that money on the prison infrastructure. You are paying all of that money for imprisoning people. And again, I need to remind some folks that we spend like $60,000 to incarcerate one prisoner every year in the United States. And what he's proposing is that we imprison millions more people on the taxpayer dime, as opposed to letting them do what they want to do, which is work and contribute to their local communities. Alternatively, if the issue that he's bringing up is that, oh, well, you know, they're all uneducated, well, then why don't we just use the money we would otherwise spend to deport them on offering them education programs, on getting them community support so they can, like, work and learn in the United States and then contribute more that way. Like, we have options, and that's the cheaper option. The more humane option, the more loving option is to just provide places for them to live and work and also provide educational services. These are cheaper options than treating them like cattle that have escaped from their ranch. Hey, Twiggle downtown.
I mean, is it really fair to depress like wages for the lower class Americans?
It doesn't, though.
Again, even the most conservative study found that the depression to wages was almost non-existent, only applied to people who dropped out of high school, and across all other demographics of, like, educational attainment, led to increased wages in local communities. So again, this is a lie. He's peddling lies and cruelty. That's it.
Oh.
No, but I mean, absolutely.
I mean, the research.
It's a supply and demand issue. It's basic.
It's your assumption.
Man, I love that he's like, it's a supply and demand issue, but it's like, you understand, like, when it comes to jobs and labor, like, the supply of jobs is not a stagnant number. Like, the supply of jobs responds to demand. Like, it moves. Like, people can create jobs out of, like, thin air. Like, this is so bizarre to me. It's basic supply and demand. Man, I wish you'd maybe learn a little bit more about basic supply and demand then, because it doesn't seem like you understand it.
Is that there's some set number of jobs in the economy and that's it, end of story.
Yeah, exactly, Salmon Moose. The more consumers you have, i.e. millions of people in this country who are living and working, who are coming to America to live and work, create more demand, which creates more jobs.
It doesn't shift. So again, it comes back to, okay, then why is it a great thing for New Yorkers to be moving to Texas? Why is that great for Texas? Why?
I mean, like, we're not even touching, like, the economic fallout that would instantly ensue if, like, you were, like, Thanos snapped millions of immigrants out of their current jobs right now in America to do what Sagar is. Like, the United States would economically collapse. Our entire, like, agricultural sector would like cease to function.
And that them taking their jobs and depressing their wages and
actually,
ruining their community, et cetera.
Many people in my home state of Texas would say it's ruining their community, and it is driving prices up because of the supply.
Yeah, but they brag about, all the moving vans coming here to Florida and to Texas.
Look,
But when it's American citizens coming from New York, then it's amazing and it's great for the economy, et cetera, et cetera. But somehow, even though it's just also people, they just happen to be coming from outside the country, then suddenly it's terrible. It doesn't make sense.
I just think there's a fundamental difference between a guy who makes $250,000 from New York and moves to Austin, who's paying taxes and can buy a house, than somebody who comes here with literally.
Yes. The only people from New York moving to Austin are people who make $250,000. Yep, good point, Sagar. Very, very good point. You're such a smart boy.
That's $0. I think that's so classist. Because
it's not classist. They're not. First of all, they're not from here, so they don't deserve anything.
Hold on, Sagar. Think about. But put aside who deserves what, et cetera, et cetera. Just think about the best interests of the country. Like, it's very clear that some level of immigration, and you can see it again when we're talking about internal migration, is very good for local economies. And you know what? What we have seen as a nation of immigrants is that in these subsequent waves of immigration, some of the hardest working people, most family-oriented people, et cetera, and more law-abiding, by the way, are immigrants.
Depends on the type, but yes.
Nope, not true. If you look overall, immigrant populations, more law-abiding.
What? Approximately 4% of the undocumented workforce quitting their jobs would collapse the economy? Yeah. Immigrants from Mexico comprise like 88% of the agricultural workforce. Like, okay, yeah, just hey, if you're a farmer, go replace 88% of your workforce. Get on it. I'm sure it'll be so easy. God. 5-head.
Than native-born citizens, not to mention, yes, when they first come and they're learning the language and they're new, et cetera, and they're bringing their cultures, we all know what the next generation looks like. They just look like Americans. Their kids are going to speak English. They're going to be 100% American.
Well, it depends. Look.
Oh, sorry. 41%. There we go. Yeah, replace 41% of your workforce. Go for it.
George Borjas, who works over at Harvard University, has done a 2017 fantastic study which shows that mass illegal immigration largely depresses wages for lower class Americans.
But welcome
so that's
to the
number
YouTube.
one. I would say the empirical data is pretty set on this in terms of the laws of supply and demand. But number two,
I love that he's making an appeal to data and then talks about how his entire assumption is based on his flawed understanding of supply versus demand rather than any actual data he's looked at. I feel like that's so goddamn telling of the way fascists argue. That this is essentially like a slightly more advanced version of making an appeal to nature as opposed to like actually citing data to back up your point.
Again, is a deep philosophical difference. I think that the net migration level that we should have over the next 30 years should be 0. And this is my case again. And look, people will be like, how can a guy, son of Indian immigrants? By the way, my mom vehemently disagrees with me if anybody wants to know. And she also votes, so she can vote the way that she wants if people want to know. I'll tell you.
Thanks for letting us know that your mom's deeply disappointed in you, Sagar.
Which is that in the 1919s and the teens, we had a hyphenated American crisis, very similar to the one that we have here. Mass internal strife, complete differences of opinion, people speaking German, people speaking Italian, they had dual loyalty to their old countries, as we saw during the First World War. It was a huge...
Sagar and Jetty unironically advocating for, like, Japanese internment in 2024. Are you serious right now? Actually, we had plenty of reason to believe that the Japanese were allied with their country back in World War II, so internment made sense back then. That's insane, dog. How are you real? Like, I mean, this isn't even like usually, like, Sagar is, like, a little bit more subtle about it. This is not subtle at all.
Huge problem. We had a massive foreign-born population equivalent only to today.
Yeah, Punky Gal, no one's saying that the current Biden administration is good on immigration. We literally talked about that. We literally talked about that. The difference is we're not putting all Hispanic people in concentration camps. Which is what he's basically saying, you know, back in the day we had a point in doing that, you know. Which is insane.
internal strife was solved one way. We dramatically lowered the level of immigration. We let people assimilate into the country, and for the next
You know what's really rich about this, by the way? When he's talking, what he's talking about right here is like the idea of America being a melting pot was like, in his mind, is like anathema to what actual being an actual American is all about. And he's like, oh, well, we fixed that by cooling down this whole border thing. Ignoring the fact that, like, up until 1882, we didn't have any real official border policy in the United States. You could just walk into the U.S. and exist here. It's only in 1882 when we passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically to keep Chinese people out of America, that, like, this started to become a thing. My God.
40 to 50 years, we had very, very little immigration. Now, that is my case for us becoming a cohesive nation, which can have a true national identity, and one where the foreign-born population, where it is currently at an all-time high, should not continue to be high.
Isn't accusation of dual loyalty like a big JQ thing? Yep. It is a fundamental premise of conservative fascist rhetoric.
With a orderly process. I will also say many Indians will be pissed off at what I'm saying, because I'm also claiming that legal immigration should go to net zero. And I strongly believe it, because I do believe.
Oh! What? I strongly and truly believe that no one should come into America is a hell of a take. How? Like, what are you gonna like attack on Titan the entire United States? Just build like several concentric rings of escalating height walls? Like, what's your plan here, Sagar? Like, I know that this is a meme at this point, but like, just, this is unironically, right here, this is unironically what these people think, like, undocumented immigrants at the border are doing. Right here, this is, they're like, oh my God, look at all of them getting over the wall. It's oh my God, they're coming in. What does that mean? I didn't know he was that bad. No, he's a fascist, Takigo Corgi. It's why I call him like a Weasley little fascist every time we talk about Sagar and Jetty. Yeah, that right there, brother. That's one of them caravans from El Salvador. All right, hell yeah, trying to get in over the Trump border wall. They sit around and they think that, like, unironically, and they think if they allow no immigration, well, the problem will just go away. Like what? We should build the wall and have just like automated turrets. If anyone gets within like 50 feet of the wall, they just get gunned down by like an AI program. That's insane, dog. But that's unironically what he thinks. World War Z is unironically one of my girlfriend's favorite movies. I've never seen it. I just know of it.
Believe that our current sovereignty and internal politics is so divisive largely because we do not relate to one another whatsoever. And
that really has nothing to.
Yeah, we all don't relate to each other whatsoever, and that's going to be solved by cutting off immigration. How? Exactly. How will I, as a trans person, relate more to a conservative if immigration is cut to zero? How exactly is that going to benefit me? Am I suddenly magically going to be able to befriend somebody who thinks I don't deserve civil rights and should be like killed on the spot? Like what? How does that reconcile me to anyone who's politically like opposed to my existence, right? Like that doesn't actually work, Sagar. also the premise that he's trying to put forward here is that like people are just too scared of Mexicans or like El Salvadorians in order to be able to connect with their neighbors, which I think is, by the way, granting way too much to conservatives who are like afraid of immigrants. Like, they're not going to become less afraid of immigrants over time in isolation. They're not going to go like it's not like we're going to cut immigration and suddenly like xenophobic racists are going to be like, well, you know what? Those Mexican people down the street are actually okay. No, they're going to keep hating Mexican people. Because it has nothing to do with immigration. They just express their racism and xenophobia through support of anti-immigrant policies. That it is a virtue signal to other conservatives. That's essentially it. Most people in America are not engaging with or really having to deal at all with undocumented immigrants. And when they are, those undocumented immigrants are fine because they're just normal people who want to live and work and learn here alongside the rest of us. Not to mention the fact that immigrants tend to commit less crimes than native-born Americans. So, like, they're literally less prone to criminality than your average American citizen.
To do with immigration.
Third world
I mean,
is just not going to work.
Even if you look at like the political divide has never been actually less racially polarized than it is right now.
Sure.
And in fact, Republicans are winning. This is the other.
Wow, this is insane. He just got done with this diatribe about like how he wants to cut all immigration to zero because America's so divided. And Crystal's just like, well, America's never been like close, like more united when it comes to racial components. And he's like, well, sure. Like, he immediately conceded it. That's crazy. Which is why I call him like a slippery little fascist. Like, he's weaselly. He like collapses in order to like try and like pull over more of like Crystal's left-leaning audience. You know, I find this show hard for me to watch because I view it as largely a vehicle for Sagar to co-opt like a leftist audience and make them more used to their like a fascist argument, you know?
Other thing with all this like great replacement, oh, they want to bring in all these immigrants just so they can vote for Democrats. Like, that's actually happening less and less. And Republicans love to brag about how they're winning over this population, but also fearmonger about how they could never win this population. So that's another part of the conversation that I think makes absolutely no sense and is utterly ridiculous. The divide in this country, yeah, some are, you know, there are some racial divisions, but increasingly we're actually less polarized among racial lines. And, you know, I would wager, and I think most people would agree, that ultimately the country was much better for those waves of Irish and Italian and Polish and German immigrants. I mean, that's part of what has made this country what it is. And I don't see this new wave of migrants coming from a different part of the world in any different way. So listen, is there a limit to how much we can, you know, bring in at one time? Just again, you know, practically, if you flood the zone with a whole bunch of new people and that creates housing, that there's problems. I'm not going to say that there's like, you know, you can just bring in the whole world and it's not going to cause an issue. But I do think that there's something fundamentally broken in a logic that would say, you know, it's very clear when a place like the industrial Midwest empties out and these towns are decaying and people are fleeing. It's very clear that's a bad thing. It's very clear when it's New York and people are leaving New York that that's a bad thing. But then somehow when it's other people who are coming in, which in a different scenario, if they, you know, came from a different country, a different part of the world, you say, this is great, this is wonderful. Somehow that's terrible. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think that the studies back up the study.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in favor of like revitalizing small town America, you should be in favor of immigration. Like, immigrants are better able than a lot of other groups of people to integrate into small towns and like revitalize small town economies. And like, the opposition to that is insane to me. Are these two supposed to be liberals? Crystal is like a left-leaning liberal, like maybe left of liberal individual, and Sagar is an open fascist, who, you know, masquerades as a moderate conservative. Like the point kind of being like, oh, they're kind of doing like a YouTube version of Crossfire, except that I think that Crystal is tethered to reality, whereas Sagar is just an insane, like, fascist. Like he like I hate him so much.
Studies show that if you have a massive undocumented illegal workforce, that can be a problem for wages. Actually, documented immigrants, the overwhelming majority of studies show it's actually good for, it's neutral on wages, in general is good for the economy and helps for the like thriving of that local area. So that's why, you know, again, I'm not like open borders, just, you know, let's have an unlimited number. But I think we can handle a lot more than we have. I think it'd be good for all kinds of people, all kinds of parts of the country. And I also just think it's fun.
No, I mean, like, I mean that Sagar is like a moderate conservative insofar as, like, he's the kind of guy you talk to and he's like, hello, my name's Sagar Enjeti. I'm a moderate conservative. And then you talk to him for like 30 minutes and like he starts being really coy and cagey about a lot of his points. And then like you talk to him for like another 45 minutes and then he's like, you know, I really am a fan of some of Francisco Franco's policies, you know? Haha. You know, Mussolini got a couple things right. Haha. You know, like, he's moderate conservative in that sense, as opposed to like moderate conservatives who don't like explicitly know that they're being co-opted by fascists, you know, which I think is like a significant portion of the Republican Party. Does that make sense? Does that distinction make sense?
Fundamentally, like, goes against some core American values, this complete attack on the asylum process and this idea that
very knifey duck.
We don't care if you're being persecuted. We don't care if you fear for your lives. You know, we don't care if you're like, you know, a Jew trying to escape Nazi Germany or whatever.
Well, that's not fair.
Screw it. It is. If you're ending the asylum process, it is.
These people are not fleeing Holocaust.
Yeah, but
okay?
no, but some people, no.
Well, let's not pretend like even when people were actually fleeing the Holocaust, Sagar, that we let them into our country. Okay, let's not pretend that the United States actually let people fleeing the Holocaust into the United States, because frankly, that happened. We had boatloads of people coming from Europe fleeing the Holocaust, and we turned them back. We sent them back to Europe, where many of them died in the Holocaust. Because there were people like you going, oh, well, it's not that bad over there. It's not like they're fleeing some sort of mass execution or something. And it turned out they were. It's exactly the same here. There are people fleeing like civil wars in their countries. There are people fleeing like the gang violence in Ecuador. Like, I was going to cover this a while back, but like there were terrorists who took over like Ecuador's main TV station and like took hostages on air. And like it's a direct result of like Ecuador like going to war against these gigantic drug cartels that are propped up by American purchases, you know? Like this is a problem we encourage and we economically encourage both, you know, we encourage both economically and politically with our foreign interventions in Latin America, let's say.
They're fleeing gang violence.
Yeah,
By the way,
but hold on.
Okay.
But if you end the asylum process,
Like I don't understand, dude. Like you're like, oh yeah, they're fleeing gang violence. Yeah. Some of these countries have gangs that are stronger than the military of their government. Yeah.
process, you are telling people who would potentially be fleeing a Holocaust, like, we don't care. That's too bad. We're full.
What we could say is if there's a future Holocaust, then sure, on a case-by-case basis, we can evaluate what's going to happen. And again...
Oh, yeah. You know, if there's a Holocaust in the future, after it happens, we'll evaluate. Oh, thanks. That'll do a lot of good, Sagar. Good job.
And I would even say is that Okay, El Salvador. Let's currently look. Everyone likes to talk about root causes. Well, what just happened? We just had a mass election of a right-wing authoritarian president who threw all the criminals in jail and dramatically lowered their murder rate. That proves they are adults with agency. They can elect leaders who want to deal with their problems and deal with their own problems and stay where they are. El Salvador's problems are El Salvador's. Venezuela's problems are Venezuela's. Has it been exacerbated by U.S. sanctions?
Just real quick. In El Salvador, they jailed approximately 1% of the entire population. 1 in 45 adults in El Salvador is now in prison. And, yeah, basically, children are being left on the street unsupervised because their parents are in prison. Like, it's literally policed by the military of El Salvador. People are just grabbed randomly off the street by security forces and frisked. Or just imprisoned or black-bagged without, like, any kind of, like, you know, legal representation. Journalists get spied on. Opposition leaders in El Salvador are threatened with prosecution by the government or disappeared. But I'm glad it's such a success, Sagar. It's not surprising to me that you support all of those things. It's crazy. And it's wild because, like, he'd be like, oh, well, you know, the president of El Salvador has, like, an 80% approval rating. It's like, are you not suspicious at all that a dictator who runs a police state is getting very high approval ratings? Are you not at all suspicious about that? Do you not have any journalistic curiosity about that? That's crazy to me. Yeah, usually Sagar and Jetty tries to put forward this idea that he's a reasonable conservative, that he has, you know, ideas that could use, like, conservative policies to benefit everybody, you know, kind of this conservative populism he tries to put forward. But, like, it's hollow on the inside, and you can see how hollow it is demonstrated right here.
Sure, but at the end of the day, it's not our problem. It's not our fault that your country, if your country sucks, it's your responsibility to fix it.
But see, I just look at this totally different. I mean, first.
Oh yeah. Sorry, elderly and women and children. You wanted to leave the country you were born into in order to get to a place where you aren't going to be massacred by gang violence. But really, you should have been rolling up your sleeves and grabbing your bootstraps to pull yourselves out of the gang violence.
First of all, like, you know, we can't exempt ourselves from the foreign policy that we, up till very recently, were, you know, screwing over these countries, or the drug war that is one of the, you know, most critical root causes in making many of these places incredibly violent. But even if you put that aside, like I said, like, I don't see this as, like, a punishment. I think if you look at it through another lens of, you know, typically it's a great thing when people want to move to a place. When they want to move to Florida, somehow it's a great thing. You know, when they want to move to Texas, somehow it's a great thing. So I don't see this as like.
Interesting. I'm taking a look at a New York Times piece right here. Bukele copycats who believe that his model can be replicated far and wide overlook a key point. The conditions that allowed him to wipe out El Salvador's gangs are unlikely to jointly appear anywhere else in Latin America. El Salvador's gangs were unique and far from the most formidable criminal organizations in the entire region. For decades, a handful of gangs fought one another for control of territory and became socially and politically powerful. But, unlike cartels in Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, El Salvador's gangs weren't big players in the global drug trade and focused more on extortion. Compared to these other groups, they were poorly financed and not as heavily armed. He began to deactivate the gangs by negotiating with their leaders. And then, basically, they arrested the foot soldiers of the gangs. And when they did that, they did mass arrests, where they also arrested huge numbers of innocent people as well. So, essentially, they just shotgunned it. They imprisoned guilty people and innocent people. Damn the consequences. And because of the unique situation of the criminal organizations in El Salvador, that was able to be somewhat effective. However, I would like to point out that this now opens up El Salvador's territory to other more better funded and more organized criminal cartels like the ones in Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Ecuador. You know, it now essentially opens it up as a prime new business endeavor for these countries. And they aren't going to make the same mistakes as El Salvador's criminal organizations. But, it's interesting that, Sagar doesn't really want to go into more detail on that. So strange.
Oh, we're being punished by having to clean up other people's messes. No, I think we should have a process that's orderly. I think we should have enough resources to be able to deal with the number of people that are coming.
Didn't the New York Times do a horrible detrans piece recently? Yep. I might talk about it. I just haven't had the spoons to dive into that level of transphobia.
I think we should have an ability, a system that makes sense, that lets in a certain number, that's not going to overwhelm the entire country. But we should, in general, see it as a good thing that people want to come to the
I agree, Neuron. Far-right dictators are trash.
United States of America and still see it as the land of opportunity.
You should see it as a land of opportunity. It should be. It should be a land of opportunity for people who live here and people who are natural-born U.S. citizens.
Yeah. You're right, Sagar. We should just melt down the entire Statue of Liberty. We should behead all of our monuments to things like freedom. You're right, Sagar. It's so strange that you would want that. So out of character for you, a fascist, to want that.
Citizens or
but I don't see how residents. But that's the thing is you see this as a zero-sum game, and it's not. It's not.
Like I said, there's
Germany for Germans. Am I right, Sagar?
a lot of data to back it up. Now, in terms of the difference between the Irish and the German, is we were a rapidly industrializing economy which needed cheap labor. I would also say that a lot of people who were natural born hated the Irish and the Germans with some good reason because they were depleting their wages and were willing to...
No, they hated the Irish and the Germans because their bosses told them that's why their wages were low. Their bosses lied to them. It is a very old tactic to turn the workers against each other rather than uniting against the boss. That's one of the oldest, most documented union busting tactics on the books. It's like #1 playbook. You turn the workers against each other. We have evidence of that going back to the 1700s. Yes, he's steel manning old school, no Irish allowed racism. He's unironically going well, there was reason to hate the Irish. Those red-headed, soulless bastards. That's what he's doing here.
To work for much less than they were, and they were driving around their overall wages, which led to major labor disputes even within unions at the time. So
wow, that's crazy. Oh, wow, you mean this rhetoric that you're spewing led to intense division inside of unions? That's crazy. I wonder who might have spread that kind of rhetoric and popularized that propaganda. That's crazy. I can't imagine who would benefit from that.
Played out 100 years ago, but that was 100 years ago, and we can say what it is. Today, we are not a rapidly industrializing economy or a rapidly deindustrializing economy.
I feel, okay, if I'm being 100%, keeping it 100% with you guys, I feel like if we went back and read old issues of Henry Ford's, Dearborn Chronicle, I think it's called, the Ford newspaper. Yeah, the Dearborn Independent. If we went back and read articles from the Dearborn Independent by Henry Ford from literally 100 years ago, I think we would get rhetoric and arguments indistinguishable from what Sagar and Jetty is spewing right here. Indistinguishable. And for those of you who don't know, Henry Ford's newspaper, the Dearborn Independent, was the second most widely circulated newspaper in the United States at the time. And for those of you who don't know, it was also explicitly a white nationalist, pro-neo-Nazi, at the time, pro-Nazi newspaper. It's wild that he would be making the exact same points. Adolf Hitler had copies of the Dearborn. Yep. Henry Ford, decorated by the Nazis.
Don't need a lot of cheap labor. The predominant amount of cheap labor that does come here and ends up work in places like home health care space. They end up depressing wages in places like construction and others. And there's also, we have a
citations needed.
Housing supply issue. I mean, like, where are these people going to live?
I don't know. Maybe we should build housing for the homeless, Sagar. That's probably something you also oppose, though.
But then, look, this is why I don't even like to have an economic argument as much. It's about process and it's about legality. For example,
it's so interesting to me because he's against any immigration. He's against illegal immigration and legal immigration. He's against both, and now he's trying to save face here by saying, actually, it's about legality and process. Well, okay, if it's about legality and process, then let's give them a legal means to become citizens. Let's give them a legal means and process to become citizens. We could do that. But he's also against that. So it's not actually about the legality or the process.
Example, and you're using the ones about El Salvador. Why is it fair that we invaded Iraq and Iraqis can't just walk here? Don't they have more right to live here than anyone in El Salvador? I would say, yeah, absolutely.
I would let them in.
Yeah, but
sure, let them in too. Give them a pathway to citizenship. Give all immigrants a pathway to citizenship. I agree, Sagar. Wonderful point. Except you don't want that. And to be clear here, this pivot he's making, he also doesn't want Iraqis to come to the United States either. He's against all immigration, legal or illegal. So he doesn't even want them to come here.
But it's not fair because they can't walk here across Mexico.
We do have special programs for, I think, Iraqis, but definitely Afghan interpreters as well who helped us in our war.
Helped
so
us,
absolutely.
That's the clarity. But not every random Iraqi who happened to live in the country between 2003 and 2020. It's just not. It's not a fair process that just because you can walk across Mexico, or if you're some Chinese or Haitian or whatever, that Somali or whatever, you can afford a ticket to there.
Wherever you black and brown people, yeah, you come in here making America suck. I'm Sagar and Jetty. Hello. That's my impression of him right now. Oh God. Oh yeah, Brianna Huffman. Yeah, Henry Ford was like really, really big on the Nazi Party. Henry Ford wrote an article called "The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem." And it was published in Germany. And Heinrich Himmler, the main architect of the Holocaust, described Henry Ford as, quote, one of our most valuable, important, and witty fighters. Henry Ford is mentioned by name in Mein Kampf, and is the only American in Mein Kampf to be considered favorably by Hitler, with Hitler writing, quote, only a single great man, Ford, who, to the Jews' fury, still maintains full independence from the controlling masters of the producers in a nation of 120 millions. In 1931, Hitler said to a Detroit news reporter, I regard Henry Ford as my inspiration. So, Henry Ford was an evil, deeply evil man. Nazi Germany literally gave him their highest civilian award God.
That puts you ahead of the line. And the reason that these are all men is because it is based upon a belief that you can come here, you can Western Union your money back, and most of these countries, just so people know, huge portions of their economy come from illegal labor and Western Union transfers from the United States. They're called remittances. There was a huge effort in the Trump year.
But again, why is that a problem? They're sending their money to their homes. Sorry, I thought this was America. I thought we believed in freedom. They're doing labor that directly benefits America and Americans. Let them do with their wages what they will.
To try and tax remittances, which of course the Republicans quashed, but it's secondary for the conversation right now. My only point is that it has to be orderly. I think we agree. But on the net benefit, I totally disagree that a bunch of people who cannot even speak English, the vast majority of these people.
Again, there are millions of American citizens who do not speak English. Here, just out of curiosity, number of Americans who don't speak English. Let's see. Almost everyone in America speaks at least some English, even if it's just a few words. In total, almost 66 million people speak a language that is not English at home in the United States, or around 21.6% of the population. Let's see. Yeah, only 8.2% say that in surveys said they speak English less than very well. Also, there is no official language in the United States. So, again, the United States doesn't require people to speak English because it does not have an official language.
Some of them don't even speak Spanish.
Listen,
I think a lot of people don't understand.
This may be controversial on the left. Like, I don't actually...
Yeah, some people don't speak Spanish either. It's true. Some people speak Arabic. That's fine.
We have a problem with part of the citizenship process being a requirement to speak English. So make that a requirement. I mean, that's the thing is you can't say...
But that's citizenship. I'm talking about living here.
But you can't say you have to follow the process. But then there is no process to follow and be like, also, I'm going to make sure that there is no process to follow. I just, I think that's fundamentally unfair. And, the other thing is, like, there's this assumption that everyone in the world would come to the United States of America.
A lot of them would.
And that's just not borne out by the data. Even among, there's a lot of focus on the, like, Central and South American migrants who come here. There's far more Venezuelans who have migrated to neighboring countries to Venezuela than there are who have attempted to come here. People typically, they want to, if they're under pressure, first of all, most people don't want to leave their homes. And I think anyone out there could relate to, like, you like where you live, you have a certain level of comfort, like you want to stay in your home. So already, if you're like, I have to migrate, this is a pretty extraordinary circumstance. Then most people, the overwhelming majority of migrants, are looking to go to the countries that are most proximate, where, again, they may have family ties or it just may feel more comfortable for them or whatever. So it's not true that if you, open things up, that literally everyone in the world would want to come here. That's just not the way it works. Well, so, to your point about, like, oh, it's not fair that Iraqis can't come, like, okay, so let's get them plane tickets.
Right, but they can't. That's my point. And look, Gallup survey 2021.
But they can't. But we're talking about what we want immigration to look like. So yeah, let's get them immigrated to the United States.
900 million people would migrate to the West if they could. Sorry, that's just not going to happen. And this is the same thing whenever.
But also the main barrier for them migrating to, again, the West is a very big place. Sorry. Did he just say?
100 million people would migrate to the West if they could.
Snipe. BWA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting Chaotic Kitten a sub. 900 million would migrate to the West. The West isn't just America. That's America, Canada, the UK, like 20 different countries in Europe. Like, what? Okay. They can do that. Let them do it. The main barrier for those people being able to migrate to the United States or migrate to a Western country, however you want to define that, is that it takes money to move them from where they are to get to the place they want to go. That takes money. So, like, they aren't able to do that. We're likely not going to be giving people in other countries money to fly here and move their families here. The argument is, if they make it here somehow, like, let them live and work and contribute to society. Do I think America would benefit from having 900 million more people working, living, creating, laboring together, building a better future together? Yeah, I think America would be pretty fucking rad with 900 million more people in it. It's honestly just a question of building the support infrastructure to support that number of people living here. So let's get to work. Let's make America the city on a hill that people want to go to. That's been the entire premise of America. You know, at least one of the founding myths of America. So let's at least try and live up to it a little bit. Build the infrastructure. Let them come. Let them live. Let them work. Let them raise families. Let them have joys. Let's build dense, walkable cities with public transit. Education with breakfast programs and lunch programs. Let them come. We put people on the fucking moon with less calculating power than I have in my hand right now. We flung human beings across the void onto a stellar object with less than this. I think we can handle figuring out how to let people come and live and work here. My God.
Sorry, that's just not going to happen. And this is the same thing whenever
But again,
it comes to
I'm
asylum.
not arguing that we should just like let an unlimited number in. I just think the focus only on restrictionism. And here's the other thing that I'll say is,
yeah, by the way, as if we lifted all of our like immigration restrictions, tomorrow we'd have 900 million people on our doorstep. Ridiculous.
there's this assumption that the more cruel and restrictive you are at the border, number one, the more orderly it's going to be. That's not true, because almost definitely the more that you're squeezing the number of actual legal migrants, the more you're going to have illegal migrants, because these are not people who are like casually leaving their homes. They have, you know, real reasons and are not going to be and haven't shown any deterrence based on the cruelty at the border or the restrictionist policies at the border. I'll give you a perfect example. After Trump instituted the child separation policy with these dramatically cruel images, I mean, some of the most like cruel imagery you could possibly imagine coming out, the number of migrants actually went up. There has been no evidence that the more you crack down at the border, that it actually serves as a deterrent effect and people don't come. True. That simply has not worked out in history. So even if your goal is like, let's keep people away, the restrictionist direction isn't effective for that.
The counter to that is that the reason they started coming back is because Trump caved and he actually went away from family separation, and he basically reverted back to the.
That's not the counter argument. The evidence we have is even with family separation, even with the cruelty being the point, people still came anyway. It did not deter immigration, which is what you would expect if that was the case. What ended, like, if you look at immigration numbers, what ended up deterring immigration was COVID. COVID deterred people immigrating. Not Trump's border policies, which again have been largely unchanged by Biden.
Original policy. The one reason, the one time it worked was during.
No, like his argument here is that we literally need to go back to like hanging gibbets. We need to like imprison undocumented migrants in like hanging cages and let the buzzards like pick at their flesh as they slowly die in the sun. We need to make it absolutely clear, if you come here, you will suffer and die. Just line the wall with flesh pits. That's his argument, unironically. Unironically, his argument is we need to make them suffer so much they don't want to come here.
Pandemic when we didn't allow people to cross illegally, period. And you have to stay in Mexico, which I support that policy. If you
But
want,
that didn't mean that people weren't coming. It just meant that they were being dealt with at a different point.
Yeah, and that's great.
And the Remain in Mexico policy I have some issues with, but the general principle of we should have structures and bureaucracy in place so that the whole of the issue isn't being dealt with at the border, I do think actually makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. There's actually was a Trump policy at the time, which Biden did away with, which encouraged people to apply for asylum in their home country at the U.S. Embassy if they wanted to. Unfortunately, that policy was done away with, which I don't support.
There was also a Biden policy that would use this CBP-1 app.
Oh yeah, because if you apply for asylum at the embassy in your home country, and then you wait 2 years in your home country, you can see the problem with that, right? Because you're requesting asylum in the country under which your life and the life of your family is currently under risk, and you're expected to wait years for a response. Yeah, like, people aren't going to do that. People aren't going to do that if they believe that the lives of their children are on the line.
Or something like that would allow people to apply in their home countries, which
Good night,
also
winners and
was
losers.
incredibly effective, and which Republicans have, one of the things that they're citing as a problem here is that it would enable that program to continue.
I am not saying the Republicans have been perfect on this issue. In fact, they've been complicit, and in many cases have abetted this because it's good for big business. In terms of the wage theory. So that's what I would say. I am not a Republican stand here. I'm purely representing the interests, I guess, of Mr. Sagar and Jetty. From my, again, I think philosophical difference is that I think mass illegal migration is bad. I think mass migration net is also bad.
Yeah, I mean, you're against any and all migration, Sagar. Let's be clear. You don't have to do all the subdivisions of immigration you're against. You've already said you're against all of it.
For the United States, the foreign-born population is far too high. We need a long period of assimilation and of a strong social safety net policy. And I firmly believe that overall, that this type of unmitigated control and all that actually does a great disservice to people like my family and others who came.
It's crazy because we've been watching this for almost an hour. This has been we're at 41 minutes, right? And he has not provided anything to back up what he's saying other than, well, my parents struggled to become citizens and spent a lot of money to become citizens. And I think that even in the face of evidence to the contrary, that immigrants are bad for everyone and make people racist and xenophobic by existing, and also have no loyalty to the United States and are hurting the U.S. economy. Again, with no evidence whatsoever. The main anecdote he has is that his parents struggled, which, sure, okay.
To the country legally, and it is an unfair policy.
You had the ability to.
Yeah.
And your family had the money
that's
to.
Right. That's right.
And
yes.
that's
not unfair.
How is that fair? How is that fair that because you had the resources to do it and you happen to be from a country where there was a possibility of getting in, that you're able to?
Well, first of all, nobody owes anybody. So in terms of policy, it makes sense that you probably want people.
Okay, if nobody owes anybody, why should... then what are you even advocating for here? Nobody owes anybody. Well, all right. Then we don't owe you shit. We don't owe you our time.
People who are higher skilled, who already speak English, and who are well educated, so they can more firmly and easily fit into the overall economy.
See, I don't
that's
really
number
accept
one.
that.
Well, but that's a difference, and then I don't think anybody has a right to come here.
So
and in fact, my net is that nobody has a right to come here.
Here's
oh, okay. So nobody has a right to be here, so we can just deport American citizens. Why not adopt the UK's policy of deportations to Rwanda? If no one has the right to be here, then I guess it's time to start deporting American citizens, I guess. Right? Like that's his argument, right?
what I would say.
Yeah.
I do think mass illegal migration is a problem.
Yes.
Not knowing who's coming in, having chaos at the border, having people who are being paid under the table and who could, you know, because they're working in the shadows, that can depress wages, no doubt. That is for sure an issue. Having a, you know, significant level of legal migration where people have a path where you can put the requirement, okay, they have to speak English or whatever. I think that is net and throughout history has shown to be net beneficial to America. I think it's a core part of why America has been as, you know, economically successful and as vibrant and thriving and innovative as it has been throughout history. So I just, you know, and there isn't evidence that legal immigrants negatively impact wages for anyone, as I said before. So as a population, they tend to be overall more law-abiding. That's what the numbers show. Tend to be some of the hardest working people in the entire country. And actually, you know, oftentimes tend to have a lot of conservative values that Republicans are excited to, you know, crow about and try to win over when it's convenient for them politically.
No question. You're right. I think immigration has obviously been a net positive to America. Wouldn't be here without it.
Yeah.
Throughout the past, but I would also
immigration's been a net positive to America right up until I got here with my family.
Snipe.
Man, that's so convenient. It's so convenient. You were the last net positive immigrant, Sagar. Well, that's crazy. And now you're against all future immigrants. The crazy stuff. Very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting a sub to Valhalla Vidya. That is very kind of you. I appreciate it.
Again, I would say that periods of great migration were also followed by periods of great shutdowns. And I think there was deep wisdom in that because it allowed for assimilation. It allowed for the benefit.
Yeah, there were periods of great migration, like all of North American history until 1882. So true, King.
Of that industrialization before we had overall changes to our laws, the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965, which by and large has not changed and I think dramatically should change. We currently have a chain migration-based system where if you happen to have a relative here, it's easier to migrate, which is nuts because it also be merit-based, which is...
Well, wait, no, chain migration makes total sense because then the people who are coming here have a support network. That's the entire premise of chain migration. Is that when you get here, you have other people who can help look out for you in the community and like be a somewhat of a safety net for you to get your start here. Like that's the entire premise of that. It makes total and complete sense.
Is what I
don't
support.
think that's nuts. I think it makes sense that if you have, I mean, this is again like a tradition in America is if, you know, people who are in your family come and then they sort of set up and then you have a support system that
just
you can
tie
into.
Mean it's good.
Crystal,
I mean, to me, it makes some sense.
Sure. I mean, look, it has its proponents. That's why it's been the law of the land for the last 50 years. What I would say is I think we should move like Australia, Canada, and many other Western developed countries to a dramatically merit-based immigration system with a point-based in terms of the criteria that we've talked about, being able to speak English, etc. But that belies the fact that it's not going to be fair. It's not fair because immigration shouldn't be fair. Not everybody should have an equal right to immigrate.
Why not? Why should it not be fair? Like, again, this is... He says these things, but he doesn't really explain why. And when he does try to explain why, he doesn't use any actual data. Which is, by the way, a pretty common feature for, like, fascists, right? Like, they argue from intuition. They argue from, you know, the laws of nature. They argue from, it just feels funny. It just doesn't feel right. His source is, well, you know, more deserving people should come here because that intuitively makes more sense to me, ignoring the fact that, like, why? Just allow more people to come in. Give them a pathway to become official citizenship. Open up the doors. Why? Why keep them closed? His source is literally fascist vibes. It's true.
Or go anywhere. And I don't have an equal right to set foot in any country. Whenever I go through passport control, any country in the world can deny me if they want to. I don't have a problem with that.
But Sagar, you know the
when
reality.
I go to Poland or whatever.
You know the reality is because we are relatively well off and American, we pretty much can go wherever we want.
Mostly,
we
yes.
pretty much can go
Mostly.
whatever we want. So what you're advocating for is a policy where basically like rich people can come and poor people can't. And I, you know, even outside of the fairness, I don't actually think that that is the ideal migration system, because again, I think it's classist. I think it ignores the skills and the abilities that, you know, people who happen to have been born in the wrong country and to the wrong set of parents that they can bring to the table. And I think that's demonstrated by the strength of America through migration throughout our history.
My care for the poor and the lower class extends to the borders of the United States. For everybody beyond that, I hope for the best for you, but it's not my problem. And that can sound harsh if you want, but I've seen enough of the world to know that there is so much suffering that is out there that there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. My parents are from India. I feel no obligation to street urchins in India. I think that's the Indian government's problem. I think it's really sad. I've seen a lot of them, you know, in horrible sanitary conditions, but I believe that the number is so vast and so grand that there's a certain hubris to the extent that we can think that we can extend those rights and benefits to everybody.
And that's where you and I are just fundamentally different.
And that's
because
fine.
the fact that we can't solve every problem for every person in the world does not harden my heart to being able to do what we can within the bounds of things that, again, are actually good for our country and have been shown to be good for our country over time. And the last thing I'll just go back to, it doesn't make any sense to me that when New Yorkers are fleeing to Texas, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. But when migrants who, again, over time, law-abiding, more law-abiding than the native-born population, hardworking, have gone through hell in order to get here, are going to probably be way more patriotic than your average American. But when they come, suddenly it's a disaster and it's terrible for the state. It doesn't make it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, public opinion doesn't agree with you. I can at least say that.
I don't know about that. I think there are a lot of Americans who are very committed to the basic concept of America as a nation of immigrants who, you know.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think Crystal is right here. I think that there are a lot of weaselly worded like polls that are done that dissuade people from answering that they support immigration or immigrants. You know, there are a lot of scare tactic pollsters out there who will frame questions as like, you know, there's an invasion on the southern border. You know, like, you know, the conservative rhetoric you see, like, is designed to scare people about immigrants. But I think if you just ask people straight up, do you think immigrants make America a better place? Almost universally, the answer is going to be yes.
I mean, this is, again, Biden ran on this last time around and he won the presidency. And I think it's foolish for him to completely abandon the more inclusive messaging, not, you know, any sort of radical open borders thing, but to the more inclusive messaging, values-based messaging.
I will say, very knifey duck, Crystal Ball has been so much better in this segment than I have seen her in a long time. I'm wondering if she's like undergone a bit of a change, like politically, of some kind, because this is a lot more pushback than I've seen her give to some of Sagar's worst talking points. Usually it goes kind of like just kind of this silent, yeah, that really is a problem, moving on kind of thing, you know? I think that she's gotten a lot better, and I don't know if that's a recent thing. I don't watch a lot of Breaking Points, so I don't know if that's recent or like consistent. Like maybe if we watched another segment from like that week, like it would not be as good. But like she's doing really well in this video, and I want to give credit where it's due, you know?
Messaging that helped him win the White House. I think it's a dramatic political mistake.
We'll see. We've been going for an hour, I believe. So if people want to leave a comment and let us know, I hope that it was worth the time. I think it was valuable. I think people should be able to hear these different perspectives.
Hey guys, if you like that video,
yeah, you know, I think that was a lot better than I was expecting from Breaking Points. A lot better than I was expecting from Crystal Ball, and also fuck Sagar and Jetty, man. What a weaselly little turd. All right, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. I did not take a single break to plug the stream today, during that segment. So consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. How we doing on likes? Let's just take a look at the YouTube stream likes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Loading analytics. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. YouTube Studio is being kinda weird. Gonna have to reload the page. Do 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 do. There we go. We're up to 77 likes, folks. I believe in you. I think we can get 23 more likes. I think we can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Hit the like button on YouTube. It helps the stream get seen by more conservative chuds. And also, fellow lefties like yourselves. Now, folks, please also consider dropping subs or donos because primarily that is what keeps this channel afloat. I'm not big enough to be able to make a living on ad revenue, sadly. So anything you can chip your way towards Riverboat Jack Incorporated with subscriptions or donos or memberships, super chats, and the like, all of those are incredibly, incredibly appreciated because they help me to pay rent and have health care and eat food. And I'm incredibly grateful every time you guys dono or share the stream or do any of the things you do, like watch my show. If we got any Oilers out there, any Oilers? We got any BWA energetic viewers out there? Would be very appreciated. We just, it's why we're able to do an off-the-cuff 2-hour-long segment on a Breaking Points video from 3 weeks ago. Okay, it's not because of the ad revenue. Oh, yeah, Valhalla video. That segment yesterday where we went over the Vladimir Putin interview and then like a tanky chatter got in the mix. That was exhausting. That was absolutely exhausting.
Oil me upstream, mommy.
Yo, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Oil. This is my oil. I'm oiling you. But none for other chatters. You all get out of the way. This is just for Salmon Moose. Oil. Oh yeah, very knifey duck. We had a debate in like hour 7 or 8 of the stream yesterday against a tanky chatter. There was also the debate earlier in the evening against that guy who was like, I guess it wasn't even a debate. Dude was just asking like questions. It seemed like he was coming from like a conservative background, but was like, he had the heart of someone who wanted to learn. And I appreciate when people are like that. Oh yeah, no, Monica G, he kept saying like, oh, well, 900 million people want to immigrate to the West, the Western world, and avoided saying how many of those people wanted to come to America specifically. Well, very knifey duck. I'm sure it will be cut for a segment on YouTube, or you could go back and watch the VOD. I can email you some pizza rolls. Is that a Red Letter Media reference? If so, I appreciate it. Someone told me they got clapped for the Putin interview, but it doesn't seem like they're getting clapped for copyright strikes. Again, to clarify to you guys, I don't care if like ad revenue is siphoned off of videos that I make, because frankly, most of the videos I put out have like their reach and ad revenue limited by YouTube. The nature of being a politics streamer, I guess. So if revenue is like diverted from the video, I don't mind. I don't mind that. Like if there's a DMCA claim on the video that's like siphoning off revenue, that's fine. If it's like blocked in some regions, that's fine. What I care about are copyright strikes. The things that if you get 3 of them, they delete your channel. That's what I care about. Brianna Huffman. I don't think they would give any unjustly imprisoned Americans for Tucker. Yeah, Pi do that. We covered this story earlier. The county in which Houston exists, Harris County, passed a pilot program using federal funds earmarked for economic recovery from COVID to create a trial pilot program to test UBI in their county. So basically, the entire city of Houston and some of the cities and areas around it qualify for this program. It's basically, if you're 200% below the poverty line, there's a decent chance you could get $500 a month for the next 18 months. Basically, your family gets an extra $9,000.
Snipe.
Which is amazing. That's such a great plan. I would love to see something like that in every major city in America, you know? And no strings attached. They can use it however they want or need. And I think it's wonderful. It's also designed to, in the future, become like a self-sustaining program. And I find that great. They're basically exploring ways to expand it over time and make it self-sustaining so that it can't be like cut, really. It's real good stuff. Well, the thing is Lance's channel getting a copyright strike? That's my question. Because I don't think the Surfs is getting a copyright strike for having that on their channel. If the stream is just going blank and saying you're showing copywritten material or whatever, that's a different thing. It's not a copyright strike. I'm wary about copyright strikes because I had 2 of them for a long time. That's the thing I care about because I want to keep my channel.
A little mini BWA for now.
Paladin, thank you for the $25 dono. You're still bringing that BWA energy, and I still goddamn appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so goddamn much. And also, thank you to Very Knifey Duck for gifting Pi Do That a sub. Just sitting on the rooftop, popping off on the white names. Let's go. Also, welcome, Castle. Love to see the they-them army grow in strength. I also just really like that over on riverboat.gg, I can see your pronouns. You know, it's just a nice little feature on the site. Also, if any of you are on the fence about coming over to riverboat.gg, we have a whole lot more emotes. Whether or not you subscribe, you get a whole bunch of emotes. So it's good stuff. Also, still no ads, even if you're unsubscribed. So it's just kind of like you can be over here in on-screen chat and live your best life. I like that I can display mine. Hell yeah, Fought Knight. You deserve its pronouns. By the way, anyone else keeping up with the Vosh porn drama? I can't emphasize how little I give a shit about it. I can't. I know a lot of people find it very funny. I don't, maybe I'm too autistic to care. I just don't care. What's the drama? The drama is Vosh accidentally showed it porn, like one of his porn folders on stream for like half a second. And of course, like, people screenshotted it and are now, like, being hyperbolic about it and saying it's like, oh, he has AI horse porn, blah, 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 whatever. I don't give a shit. I guess H3 did a segment on it today, which, unfortunately, because of the size of H3, we'll probably have to watch that segment because content. I'm a slave to the content gods. I don't think it was copywritten, just black screened. Yeah, the black screen indicates that it's copywritten, but it's probably like not going to copyright strike your channel. Hot anthro babes? Yeah, I have no idea. More like a hit piece, it was bad. I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm just not going to cover it today because I don't want to. They straight up said he was a pedo? Damn, that's crazy. I feel like that's like grounds for a lawsuit. You know, like I feel like it's different when it's like a dipshit, a non-internet person who's just like saying things to like try and get a reaction on Twitter or something, as opposed to like you being a host of a show that's watched by like millions of people, making someone out to be a pedophile based on no evidence. I feel like that might be a bit of a lawsuit type of thing. Yeah, Snoogan, I think like one of the images, again, I don't know enough about this or care about it to talk at length about it. My understanding is like one of the images was like of like someone he thought was like a dwarf or like a character that's just small. And people are now saying that it's like lolly porn or whatever. I don't know. I keep my porn on my phone like a normal person. God. Yeah, it's basically just a feeding frenzy of all the worst actors claiming that Vosh is like a pedophile. When I heard he downloads porn, I said it was sociopathic. I mean, like, kind of in 2024, right? But, like, some people do that. You know, it's not really my thing. I don't have, like, a porn folder. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's obviously an issue for him to decide, but if, like, what they did in the segment was call him a pedophile, like, that's grounds for a lawsuit right there. The main issue is if you're into like drawn pornography, I guess. Like it's hard that's harder to just find on Pornhub, you know? And I guess like Vosh being like an art school student, it makes sense that he'd be more into like drawn shit, maybe. I don't know. I please I don't want to go down this. My brain is not prepared. Let's not. How about let's not? How about let's not? Vosh studied sociology. Didn't he like do art school? Or maybe just had a lot of art school friends. I don't know. Fuck it. I'm not a Vosh expert. All I'm saying is if somebody's like on their talk show calling another person a pedophile and like don't have the evidence to back it up, that's grounds for a lawsuit. That's all I'm saying. Too late, the horse is out of the barn. Yeah, I'm not a professor of Voshology. No, but he is a good illustrator. Cool. I guess I assumed he like did some art in school. I did some art in school, but I'm not a good artist. Can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it suck Vosh's dick. My understanding is Vosh wants to be the horse. He doesn't want to like have sex with the horse. I think it's his way of saying he wants just a enormously huge cock. Like a just freakishly large. Man, can I just say this is an insane, like, Here, I'm just gonna like show a little bit of Twitter beef, okay? So Alejandro Caraballo posted about participating in this protest against like the Florida DMV for like adopting like anti-trans policies, erasing like trans recognition from licenses, right? Ashley Curtis, famed mod of Riverboat Jack Enterprises, said, "It's sad in so many ways, but if the GOP thinks this issue will just disappear, they're absolutely wrong. Their only win for them is acceptance. All other choices shows the world that they are monsters," which is 10,000% true. And then this guy responds, "Men can't be women. No one really thinks they are. They're just being kind. And, you know, I just like, keep telling yourself when your kids stop calling, haha." And like, he just absolutely does not recognize what I said. If that happens, I will have failed. Keeping my children out of the gender cult's perverse clutches is literally my #1 goal as a parent right now. And I can't imagine how bad of a parent you have to be when, like, the #1 goal you have as a parent is keeping, like, all of their bones inside of their body and, like, ensuring that they're happy. Right? Those are your #1 goals as parents, right? And, like, this guy is just like, actually, my #1 goal is making sure that my kids aren't trans or accepting of trans kids. And it's like, that you are so far gone. You have been siphoned away from ever being able to be a good parent to your kids by, like, this indoctrination into this fascist cult. You know, like, oh, my priority isn't raising a happy, healthy kid. My priority is actually raising a kid who knows to hate trans people. That's insane. That's insane. I'm gonna, you know, you guys could find this tweet if you wanted, but I don't go, like, dunk on this person. Life has already clearly dunked on them, and they're sad and are going to remain sad. You know? Just the rest of the tweet, though. "My son, thankfully, has passed the influence window of the perverts, but my daughter is only 12. Vigilance is key." Yeah, I'm sure your son will never find out that his dad's a piece of garbage. You know, like, I'm sure like no trans person has ever transitioned after the age after their teenage years. No sir. It hasn't happened once. It's not like most trans women come out in their 20s or 30s these days. Man. Influence window? Yeah, their argument is essentially that the only way trans people are made is when, like, an evil queer person, like, transes their kids when they're just, like, vulnerable teenagers, you know? They think that the only way someone becomes trans or gay is if they, like, encounter a trans person or a gay person when they're, like, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, etc. And that if they maintain vigilance and ensure that their kids hate gay and trans people until they're 18 years old, then they'll grow up to never be gay or trans. Like, which is insane and wrong, obviously, but, you know, they don't know that. They're so lost in the sauce, they don't know that they're insane and wrong. Yeah, no, it is Nazi shit, Maniac Jack. It is the idea of social contagion, the idea that people are being exposed to these ideas and infected like they're viruses. It's the same thing the Nazis said about gay people in the 30s. "22 the first time, 29 the second, and both times my father insisted it was a friend of mine at college, a trans mask. who made me trans instead of me seeking him out because, oh my God, me too. What do I do? Yeah, exactly. You know? It's insane. A lot of things clicked for me when I went away to college and was living separately from my parents. And like, I just like saw a couple trans people like just going about living their lives, and it suddenly clicked for me like, oh, trans people can just be normal human beings. They can just have like normal lives. That's like actually possible, you know? Like up until that point, I'd only ever seen trans people as like either models or as like objects of ridicule on shows like Maury Povich or like Jerry Springer, you know? And it was crazy to me to just see that there are normal trans people just living their lives, going around. It was really cool. And it opened my eyes. It still took me a few more years to come to terms with myself, but like that was a really pivotal moment for me. So it's a new thing? It's not really a new thing. There have been trans people for literally all of human history. Do we need to open up the anthropological map? Do I need to do that? Let's do it. PBS gender map. Here's a map assembled by PBS. Back in the day, a map of gender diverse cultures from across time and space. This is just kind of a preliminary one. But as you can see, there are lots of different societies around the world that have existed over the last couple thousand years that had more than 2 genders. They recognized multiple genders. Some had 3, some recognized 4, some recognized 5. This is fairly common. This has existed across time and space. If you all want, you can check this out yourselves. I think it's a great, just like visual tool. And it's by no means comprehensive, but it's a great starting point. Wasn't a Roman emperor a trans woman? Yeah, there are more and more museums recognizing that the Roman emperor Elagabalus was likely a trans woman, due to the fact that Elagabalus wrote so many times in her journals about being a woman and like telling people not to refer to her as a man, and for all intents and purposes, as emperor, was treated as a woman, you know? Up until her assassination, of course. Yeah, priestesses of Ishtar, famously trans. Squish. So not really a new thing, just mostly like a lot of people in the United States don't recognize it as a thing, largely because, again, they just haven't really been exposed to it. Part of the reason, by the way, people in the United States haven't been exposed to trans people is because the vast majority of research on trans people was destroyed by the Nazis. The Nazis, most of the famous pictures of Nazi book burnings took place outside of the Berlin-based Institute of Sexology, and those books were irreplaceable research on trans people, on gay people and queer people. It was the foremost institute studying gay and trans people at the time. And the Nazis burned it because it was a source of social contagion. And that set back the understanding and acceptance of trans and gay people by decades across the across like the Western world. So, yeah, literally the reason why it feels like a new thing, the reason why trans people feel so new and scary in the United States is actually a legacy of Nazism. It's a legacy of the destruction and murder wrought by the Nazi regime. So it's not new. And the idea that it is was quite literally spread by Nazis. Yo, Entrama, good timing. Thank you for swinging your sword in my defense, old friend. So the Nazis were anti-woke too? Yep. Didn't Hirschfeld do the first bottom surgery in the 20s? Yep. Indeed he did. Magnus Hirschfeld, by the way, a pioneering researcher when it comes to trans people, had to flee the Institute of Sexology when the Nazis took over. Accused, he was a favored punching bag in the Nazi press for, you know, his role in corrupting the youth of Germany with ideas about transness and homosexuality. Yeah, so again, the reason it all feels so new is because we had to spend like another 50 or 60 years rebuilding the research that was lost in those book burnings. Not to mention all of the researchers themselves who became targets. Yeah, the anti-woke shit is just rehashed Nazi anti-degeneracy propaganda and fear-mongering. Yep, 100% Sophie. All right. Let's see here. We've got a really good crowd today. Also, we're 15 likes away from hitting 100. I think we can do it. And I know we can do it because we currently have like 200 people watching the stream. I know I can get half of you to like the goddamn YouTube stream, okay? I believe. Jack has hair like an anime girl, like Nami. I need to do a Nami cosplay. That'd be fun. Like, I would definitely not be like Nami's body type, but maybe you guys could still dig thick Nami. I've known it for a long time, but never said it to anyone, really. I've spent the last several months spiraling in and out of being suicidal and being hospitalized many times. I would like a path where I'm able to be who and what I feel like, but I'm quite worn out by life. Well, I can tell you that one of the hardest decision points trans people get to is deciding to be ourselves, but I know it's really, really hard to get to that point. So no judgment on you or anything, no expectations, but getting to the other side of that, making the decision to live, it's worth it. It's hard as hell, but it's worth it. I think a lot of us have to get to the point where we're literally about to kill ourselves before we realize, like, we can keep on living. It's hard, but we can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Choosing to live is the most punk thing we will ever do. Right? In a universe that wants us to die, saying no is a pretty fucking cool thing to do. Valhalla Vidya, I was at that point myself. Salmon Moose, I literally had the knife pulled from my hand. Yep. For me, it was just unending, like visualization of like just slipping into like carbon monoxide sleep. But you know, we can do it. It's why trans people are like hard as nails, you know? So many of us had to get to the point where we were like about to die. We stared death in the face and we said, no. All right. Let's see. I am going to go use the bathroom. When I get back, we're going to talk about Israel. And maybe we'll go over the opening arguments of the U.S. Supreme Court Trump ballot arguments. Because that'll be interesting. BRB. Hello, everybody. This music is terrible. I'm sorry I left you with it. My God. I'm so sorry. It's beautiful. Okay, good. I mean, it's all from this video, Mario Artist Paint Studio original soundtrack. It's from an N64 game. So here you go. Thought it was adorable? Okay, well, it's from a Mario Paint game. Did you see the bigot UFC fighter sparring Nico? I did see that, yeah. I do like watching Sneeko get pummeled like a toy. That is fun. Can we watch it? Sure. Here we go. There you go. Oh. Just absolutely bodied by this guy. You didn't fall down. You didn't fall down. Just getting beaten. Senseless. My God. Quarters of Time remastered. This is nice. Okay, this slaps. Thank you for sharing this, Thought Night. I will be listening to it in full at a later time. All right. How we all doing? How you feeling? We've been going for about 5 hours now. I would ask, if you're over in Twitch chat, hit the follow button. If you're over in YouTube, hit the subscribe button, like the goddamn stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because those really do help me to not die, which I think is a good for the world. Imagine if Kicks had been allowed. I don't think he'd still be standing. Probably not. Wait. Hey. How much appetite do you have, chat, for covering Israel war crimes right now? Or would you rather cover the opening arguments of the SCOTUS trial? Or not trial, but the SCOTUS hearing arguments about the Trump being on ballots. You have a kilo of wings? Hell yeah. No, not right now? Okay, we'll cover the SCOTUS stuff. We'll do Israel tomorrow, okay? Alternatively, I do have Brainrot. But maybe we'll also cover that on a new day as well. Beep boop beep boop 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 boo. Closing some tabs. Guess we gotta cover the olds. True. Brainrot is my favorite. You guys always say that, and then I'm like, well, you all now get to watch us go over Jordan Peterson talking about his sex life. But okay, we'll do that. Sure.
The amount of...
Sure, let's watch Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson talk about their vibrant sex lives and how being bored sexually is running rampant in society. This is a real video. This is a real video. I can't emphasize enough that this video is called Sexual Boredom is Running Rampant, and Ben Shapiro opens the video. Yeah, gee whiz, Ben, I wonder why this guy who thinks that getting women wet is incorrect might be not the best guy to talk about sexual boredom. This is AI. Oh, is it? Is it really? Because it's not.
The amount of sexual boredom in the society is extraordinary. So you have more sexual choice and variety available than literally any time in human history, given free license by the state because there are no intermediate social institutions in which sort of informal mechanisms of disapproval could make themselves felt. And one of the things, it turns out psychologically, that human beings are turned on by is taboo. And so when you get rid of literally every taboo, then people tend to get bored. And then the question is...
Yeah, well, there's no novelty.
Wait, so wait, I'm sorry. So living in society where like other people are breaking taboos makes your sex life more boring? What? Dog. My neighbor's jacking off to balloons being popped on the internet. My sex life is now more boring because we tolerate his existence. What are you talking about, dude?
Right, exactly. Novelty goes away, and particularly men are driven by sexual novelty.
It's true. If you're a kinkster, you're robbing other people of sexual novelty. Mm-hmm.
Novelty. It's something that is very deeply ingrained. And the power of what marriage was supposed to be is it takes this short-term hedonic desire, and it's said, because female virtue still existed, that in order for you to obtain this, you're going to have...
I love that he's trying to say female virtue still existed in the past, implying that female virtue doesn't exist now, in which case, Ben Shapiro, your wife should have some pretty stern words for you when you get home.
To sublimate that desire for the building of something greater. I mean, the part of Freud that everybody ignores is the part where Freud actually is in favor of sublimation.
Yeah,
right?
Right.
It's only later psychologists and philosophers who suggest that sublimation needs to be destroyed and done away with in order to free all forms of human artistic and material expression. But Freud never says that. Freud says you actually have to sublimate a lot of those short-term hedonic desires.
Man, it'd be such a shame if psychology had moved on from Freud. It'd be such a shame if like psychology had like another 100 years to develop. you know? Like, Freud laid the foundations for psychology for sure, but he did that like 150 years ago. There have been other people who've kind of been doing work on it since then. It's not surprising that I'm just throwing out this idea, okay? That maybe a guy who had an idea 150 years ago might not have been 100% correct on all of the particulars.
To something higher. But again, that gets back to kind of the fundamental premise that you were speaking to, which is there is this narrative of accepted values that we all used to live inside of. And when you destroy that narrative by saying for some reason that it's not true because it's not coming out of your own head, well, once that happens, we don't hold the common narrative. There are no common narratives. And if there are no common narratives and everything is then acceptable, then what exactly is the taboo? Where does the sublimation take place? There is no sublimation and there is no future orientation, because what sublimation really is orientation of short term in favor of long term.
Well, and in favor of other people.
No, there are some of Freud's like fundamentals were correct. Like the idea of the unconscious, idea of like life and death drives, Freudian slips. Like there are certain ideas, like the idea of like different components of personality. You know, again, definitely some fine tuning happened in like since those ideas originated, but like some of them were pretty okay. But like, yeah, his overall larger theories, not so much.
Right. So it's long-term plus the social. Yeah. Well, so you can do that. You can think about this technically as well. If there's no uniting narrative, here's the necessary consequences. First of all, there's no higher order superordinate aim. And that means motivation itself on the positive side takes a hit, because we experience positive motivation and the impetus to move forward. So that would be curiosity, hope, inspiration, enthusiasm.
Neither of these men are talking about wet-ass P words, and I'm disappointed and angry.
Even aesthetic interest, we experience that only in relationship to an aim. And so if you destroy the
you know, it's really wild to me that they had the audacity to put out a video called "Sexual Boredom is Running Rampant," and like listening to these two talk, yeah, no shit, no shit, it's running rampant. I'm bored as hell right now, both intellectually and sexually.
Ultimate aim, you destroy the structure upon which reward itself is dependent, apart from satiation-induced rewards, right? And they produce quiescence, not movement forward. Okay, so you lose positive emotion, then you multiply negative emotion. And the reason you do that is because one of the things that constrains your anxiety response, which is actually a calculation of the entropic distance to a given destination, technically, is if you produce a multiplicity of aims, then you increase anxiety proportionately.
Oh, sorry. I just realized they're having a jack-off session. That's what they're doing right now. They're both masturbating furiously. It's just mental masturbation. It's just not physical, you know. They're just getting their mental rocks off here. For them, this is steamy, hot, sexual sensuousness. For everyone else, it's kind of boring.
Now,
right now, we are the ones in the cuck chair. You understand? We are all in the cuck chair here.
There's probably some optimization function so that like a choice between 3 aims is great and a choice between 100 is devastating. Okay, so that's 2 things that happens when the unifying overarching theme disappears. But there's a third thing too, which is something you pointed to. So there's a relationship between scarcity and deprivation and value, right? And so if you are surfighted,
This is the lamest conversation about sex I've ever heard in my life. And they're basically just saying, yeah, if people are more open about their kinks, it makes like engaging in that kink more available and thereby less enjoyable. And so kinks become less enjoyable, and I can't engage in my kinks anymore because of the proliferation of this kink scene. And it's just like, well, that's your problem, bro. Like, I'm sorry, it's nobody else's problem. That's on you. You gotta sort that out with your partner, okay? Don't make it our problem. Like, literally, the argument they're trying to make is that we need to clamp down on, like, kinks, like sexual kinks. We need to clamp down on that in order to make sex more exciting for us boring vanilla people. And it's just like, that's I think a pretty poor argument. Like, oh, you want like a fascist state to like make sex more boring for other people so that it's more interesting for you. My God. Wait, I've heard this in the BDSM community. If everyone accepts it, or sorry, if everyone accepts it, then what's the fun if it's not taboo? I don't know. Like, it doesn't have to be taboo. It can just be fun. You know, like, my God. If you're getting off on the idea that, like, oh, I'm doing BDSM because I'm so naughty, like, I don't know, find a bit more self-fulfillment in your BDSM, I guess. Like, my God.
By a stimulus, let's say, or a resource.
For some people, the taboo is the kink, though. Sure, but, like, then figure out how to deal with that. Like, we're adaptable creatures. Like, if your problem is that more people find it acceptable to, like, I don't know, do like balloon popping. We're just going with that as like a weird kink, okay? If your problem is that more people are finding balloon popping sexy, I don't know, like figure out a way to keep it sexy. But that's a you problem, right? That's not a society problem. That's a you problem. You need to figure that out. You know, what happened? I love that both these guys are like personal responsibility goons, but when it comes to sex, like their boring sex lives are suddenly everyone else's problem.
So you're overfed. As soon as you're not hungry, food is of no interest. If you're stuffed, food is nauseating. Now, you remember in the Exodus seminar we covered, I don't remember if you were.
If you're stuffed, huh? Oh, Jordan knows everything about being stuffed, doesn't he? That filthy lad.
There for this, but I think you might have been. There's a situation when the Israelites are out in the desert wandering around like demented slaves and bitching about the fact that they have no.
What? There's this part of the Bible where the Jews are wandering around the desert. They're all bitching like demented slaves. What the fuck? What a weird. These men are so weird. Right? Like that just he's talking about sex right now. And like that's where his brain goes. Jordan Peterson, I mean, I don't think Jordan Peterson is divorced, but like, Jordan Peterson gives off the most divorced guy energy I've ever experienced in my life for a guy who is still married. You know? In Japan, feet were always hidden and women's feet often bound. I mean, feet were often bound if you were an aristocrat in Japan. It wasn't really a thing done if you were like a peasant. That was for rich people to show that their child didn't have to work.
No tyrant. They start complaining about the fact that they don't have enough to eat. And God sends them like quails until they're literally coming out of their nostrils.
Right, yeah. First they complain about the manna, and then, well, they complain they're hungry, and God sends the manna, and then they say, we're tired of the manna, we want meat. And God says, you're going to have as much meat as you could possibly imagine.
Right,
and here come the
right.
quails. God actually gets angry, and actually Moses, for the first time, gets angry at the people over their requests at this point.
Right, well, and what happens is because they have an absolute surplus of what they've hypothetically...
Is this going to be like, and there were so many quails and quail feathers, and that was the origin of the tickle fetish? Like, where's this going? Where's this going right now? We were talking about sexual boredom, and he just transitioned into talking about the 40 years in the desert.
Find desirable, it becomes disgusting. And this is certainly the danger on the sexual front.
We're experiencing a...
Wait, but in that story, they were wrong. They were wrong to be overwhelmed by it. Wait, in the story, God is mad at them for not just accepting the manna from heaven. The point of the story is that they were wrong. How is he trying to use this to be like, and see, too many kinks will be like too much manna from heaven? What? Can we just the analogy he's making here, right, is equivocating being kinky when it comes to sex with God giving the Israelites too much manna from heaven. Oh my god. The analogies in this segment are wild, dude.
A lot of global instability as we plunge into primary season. Like no shipping in the Red Sea. Like continuing inflation that's setting in on your savings. Well, you should protect your savings.
Invest in
gold. It's not too late to
gold.
diversify an old IRA or 401k into gold. Birch Gold Group can help you.
Yeah, it's into gold. There we go.
How much deprivation is necessary for proper sexual function to make itself manifest, right? Is that you have to, and it doesn't take much thought to figure this out. It's a rare person who hasn't primed their appetite with hunger before a Thanksgiving feast, right? You don't want to have a plate of pancakes at 5 o'clock if you're going to have a Thanksgiving feast at 6. And you might say, well, why not? Because more is better. And the answer is no. The right amount is better, and the right amount involves a certain amount of deprivation. And I think that's, I read this interesting article yesterday showing that women are more likely to lose romantic interest as a relationship progresses than men. I don't think...
So, I'm sorry, the answer is y'all are having too much sex out there, and having too much sex is making you bored, so have less sex. This is wild, man. Yeah, like what is the, honestly, what is the point? Is the point like you should only be having sex once a week? Is the point like you should only have sex once per day? Or don't masturbate and then immediately have sex? Like what is the point here? Yeah, you guys wanted the brain rot. Here it is. We're in the middle of it now.
I think that's surprising. They're higher in
You could just wear a tail
so they're
plug.
more likely
True.
to experience negative emotion. And then women have more.
Women have more, you know, Women just have more of you know.
Response to sexuality is more multidimensional than men because the risks are higher. In any case, one of the ways around that is for men.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? I I was too obsessed with his hand gestures. I want to know what he means by women have more multi-dimensional sex. Tell me more.
Their response to sexuality is more multidimensional than men because the risks are higher. In any case, one of the ways
the risks of what? Of getting pregnant? Is he trying to say that the risk of getting pregnant makes sex more multi-dimensional for women? What?
Ways around that is for men and women in a marriage to stay apart from each other for periods of
Yeah, what does he mean? Does he mean the risk of multiple orgasms? The what pregnancy? What?
These researchers looked at 8 hours. If you get some distance, the desire reemerges. And then you were talking about novelty. And so this is
5G
pretty interesting
orgasms.
too. So you said men will chase novelty in a sexual relationship. Well, I think part of what is incumbent on married individuals is to figure out how to keep that novelty alive, right? So that means that each of them have to be transforming. And I think the best way to do that is in relationship teams, married individuals. Well, I think part of what is incumbent on married individuals is to figure out how to keep that novelty alive, right? So that means that each of them have to be transforming. And I think the best way to do that is in relationship to a spiritual pursuit. And then I think women also want novelty.
Oh, yeah. In order to have a better sex life, you need to be pursuing a religious experience. And women,
but the novelty they're looking for in men is probably more multidimensional and performative, right? Because
what
women are hypergamous
does that
and
mean?
they like men who are above them in the hierarchy of status, let's say, or ability, likely ability. And I think what women want are
Man, as a homosexual here, are there heterosexuals in my audience who understand what the fuck he's talking about? Like, because I'm here like nodding along like, yes, as a bisexual, I am attracted to men who wear leather harnesses. Yes, I understand. Sometimes you want the leather harness in the bedroom. Yes, I understand. And then like, he's like, women want men who are above them in like a social sense. And I'm like, what? Wait, what? I don't know. Like, what I think, like, I'm going to be sexually novel, I'm like, I'm going to dress up in a sexy outfit. And maybe try some new positions. Like what is he do? What is he talking about? No wonder these men are sexually boring.
Novel displays of hypergamous capacity, and that is the novelty orientation for women in relationship to sexuality.
Harnesses are so cute.
One of the things that's actually
harnesses are cute on men and women, by the way. Just like, it's a good look. It's a good look, especially if you're planning on stripping down, you know?
Actually fascinating about this is that, biblically speaking, right? I mean, not to get into abstruse Jewish law, but I mean, this is actually right in the Bible. Forget about the abstruse Jewish law. I mean, right in the Bible, one of the mandates is that for a period of at least 1 week out of every month, married couples are not supposed to have sex. Right? This is like right in the Bible. So one of the purposes of that presumably would be to create the scarcity and the novelty that you're talking about. Because if you're married, then obviously there's tremendous availability of sex. I mean, contra every single weird public opinion out there, married people tend to have sex significantly more than single people, and it is not.
How does that relate to like the creation myth though? Like prior to like You know, when we're talking like a Garden of Eden type situation here, Ben, like there's not that incumbent rule on them to not have sex all the time. I'm confused. God doesn't want you to have sex, but only for 1 week a month.
Not particularly close, but theoretically, the scarcity goes away, the novelty goes away, and then so does the romance.
Yeah.
And so
well,
the Bible
that's a
literally
danger,
says,
anyways. That's a.
I feel like Ben Shapiro goes much longer than 1 week a month without sex. Let me just put it that way.
Danger.
Right. And so the Bible literally says, like 1 week out of the month, minimum, you're toast. You can't do anything during this particular week. And I think that, again, there's a good rationalistic, and there's a good way. I shouldn't say rationalistic because there's a reason for it, but it's something that inherited wisdom over time is sort of the message of the Bible. And I think that that's, not knowing why you do the thing, but you do the thing and then it works is in some ways much of what we're talking about, because that's the story of what works is the story, right? That's what we're really talking about at the end of the day. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah, me too.
Yo. Can we talk about the fact that like
the amount of sexual
the thumbnail for Ben Shapiro's video here is the tentacle controlling the world meme that is frequently associated with Nazi propaganda. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about how this is just thrown on one of his videos? The JQ octopus? Yeah. Like the actual JQ octopus too, not just the not just like some sort of autistic plushie. Right? I never noticed that before. And we've covered a few of his shows. That was wild, y'all. Clean up your room. And don't have sex. Not having sex is how you have better sex. Maybe if we were all less uptight about sex, Jordan would be able to talk about it like a coherent adult. Yeah, I feel like there was an awful lot of trying to dodge talking about sex in that video. That video was like almost 10 minutes long, and they like couldn't just talk about sex. It was wild. You wanted to see the yeah, there it is. It's the thumbnail right here. Bring a bucket and a mop to clean your room. All right, folks. We've been going for almost 6 hours today. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos because those help me to not die, and also allow me to continue making content like this for you fine folks. Beep boop. Ben Shapiro out here making cat jerky. I don't know what that means. I don't think I want to know what that means. Please don't tell me what that means. They're poor wives. I think Jordan Peterson's wife has cancer, so she probably has bigger concerns on her mind. Or maybe she recovered from the cancer? I don't know. I love how both Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson call anyone with pro-Palestine views an anti-Semite. Then we get Ben doing the Jewish octopus trope and Jordan giving historical revisionism on the Holocaust. Why am I hiccuping? Why? That's such a weird thing to start doing for no reason. Do we have any Oilers out there? Any Oilers? Any BWA Energiers? Energiers? The only cure was sex, and Ben searched high and low across the globe, but alas, he found no sex to help his wife with. Oh no. Talk of harnesses got you heated. I have a really nice leather harness. I've worn it on stream. You guys liked it. I should wear it on stream again. Sleepy lady. Should I play some Death Stranding? Huh? Before I go to bed? Are you how much gas y'all have in the tank for some Death Stranding, huh? Still on chapter 3? I think so. Feeling cute, might void out. Hell yeah. Sam begrudgingly has sex in Death Stranding. Damn, game ruined. Oh wait, we were gonna cover the oral argument from the Supreme Court. Let's do that first, okay? Or maybe we could do that and Death Stranding? Huh? Hey, Metal Kitty Mom. Here we go.
Mr. Chief Justice.
Oh, so this case, by the way, is to determine whether or not Colorado could remove Donald Trump from the ballot in the state. So has some sweeping implications given how the how the Supreme Court might rule on this case. Yeah, we're moving from sex to oral, baby. Let's go.
May it please the court. The Colorado Supreme Court held that President Donald J. Trump is constitutionally disqualified from serving as president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The Colorado Supreme Court's decision is wrong and should be reversed for numerous independent reasons. The first reason is that President Trump is not covered by Section 3 because the president is not an officer of the United States, as that term is used throughout the Constitution. Officer of the United States refers only to appointed officials, and it does not encompass elected individuals such as the president or members of Congress. This is clear from the Commissions Clause, the Impeachment Clause, and the Appointments Clause, each of which uses officers of the United States to refer only to appointed and not elected officials. The second reason is that Section 3 cannot be used to exclude a presidential candidate from the ballot, even if that candidate is disqualified from serving as president under Section 3, because Congress can lift that disability after the candidate is elected, but before he takes office. A state cannot exclude any candidate for federal office from the ballot on account of Section 3, and any state that does so is violating the holding of term limits by altering the Constitution's qualifications for federal office. The Colorado Supreme Court's decision is no different from a state residency law that requires members of Congress to inhabit the state prior to Election Day, when the Constitution requires only that members of Congress inhabit the state that they represent when elected. In both situations, a state is accelerating the deadline to meet a constitutionally imposed qualification and is thereby violating the holding of term limits. And in this situation, a ruling from this court that affirms the decision below would not only violate term limits, but take away the votes of potentially tens of millions of Americans. I welcome the court's questions.
Yeah, this is nonsense.
Mr. Mitchell, would you, you didn't spend much time on your argument with respect to whether or not Section 3 is self-executing. So would you address that? And in doing that, your argument is that it's not self-executing, but then in that case, what would the role of the state be? Or is it entirely up to Congress to implement the disqualification in Section 3?
It is entirely up to Congress, Justice Thomas, and our argument goes beyond actually saying that Section 3 is non-self-executing. We need to say something more than that, because a non-self-executing treaty or a non-self-executing constitutional provision normally can still be enforced by a state if it chooses to enact legislation. The holding of Griffin's case goes beyond even that by saying that a state is not allowed to implement or enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment unless and until Congress enacts implementing legislation allowing it to do so. So under Griffin's case, which we believe is correctly decided, the
I mean, I feel like this case is pretty clear. Like, states have wide leeway in how they decide their ballot measures, or not ballot measures, but like how they decide how candidates get on the ballot. I think this is a hard case for them to argue.
Anderson litigants disagree with us on that point. But if this court were to adhere to the holding of Griffin's case, there would not be any role for the states in enforcing Section 3 unless Congress were to enact a statute that gives them that authority.
Counsel, what if somebody came into a state Secretary of State's office and said, I took the oath specified in Section 3, I participated in an insurrection, and I want to be on the ballot. Does the Secretary of State have the authority in that situation to say, no, you're disqualified?
No, the Secretary of State could not do that consistent with term limits, because even if the candidate is an admitted insurrectionist, Section 3 still allows the candidate to run for office and even win election to office, and then see whether Congress lifts that disability after the election. This happened frequently in the wake of the 14th Amendment, where Confederate insurrectionists were elected to Congress, and sometimes they obtained a waiver, sometimes they did not, and each house would determine for itself whether to seat that elected insurrectionist, because each house is the sole judge of the qualifications of its members. So if a state banned even an admitted insurrectionist from the ballot, it would be adding to and altering the Constitution's qualifications for office, because under Section 3, the candidate need only qualify during the time the candidate holds the office to which he's been elected. And under Your Honor's hypothetical, the Secretary of State would be demanding, essentially, that the candidate...
Is he essentially arguing that because that essentially even if someone is an insurrectionist, they should be allowed on the ballot, and then if they get voted into office, at that point, they should be prosecuted as an insurrectionist? That's insane. That doesn't make sense.
Obtain a waiver from Congress earlier than the candidate needs to obtain that waiver.
Well, even though it's pretty unlikely, or at least would be difficult for an individual who says, you know, I am an insurrectionist and I had taken the oath, that would require 2/3 of votes in Congress, right?
Correct.
Well, this is a pretty unlikely scenario.
It may be unlikely, but no Secretary of State is permitted to predict the likelihood of a waiver, because in doing so,
I'm getting the feeling that John Roberts probably is not going to go along with this particular argument. He tends to be like one of the swing votes on the court right now. So that's a good sign, I think.
Adding a new qualification to the ability to run for Congress. And the proper analogy, Mr. Chief Justice, is to state residency laws, because the Constitution says that a member of Congress must inhabit the state that he represents when elected.
Hey, economics of power.
The lower courts have all held, in reliance on term limits, that a state election official cannot move that deadline any earlier by requiring the candidate for Congress to inhabit the state.
So even if somebody comes in and says, I'm a resident of the Secretary of State's office in Illinois and says, I'm a resident of Indiana, I have been all my life, I want to run for office in Illinois, the Secretary of State can't say, no, you can't?
Well, the question would be, is that person going to inhabit the state when the election is held. So if the candidate makes clear, perhaps through a sworn declaration or through his own statements, that he has no intention of relocating to that state before Election Day, then the Secretary of State would be enforcing an extant constitutional qualification rather than enforcing a new state-imposed qualification. And that's the key under term limits. Is the state in any way altering the criteria for a federal office, either for Congress or for the presidency? And in this situation, the Colorado Supreme Court is going slightly beyond what Section 3 requires, because Section 3, on its face...
The recent Hawaiian Supreme Court ruling on the Second Amendment. Let me take a look at it. Hawaii Court Second Amendment. Let's see. Hawaii's High Court cites The Wire in its ruling on gun rights. A ruling by Hawaii's High Court saying that a man can be prosecuted for carrying a gun in public without a permit cites crime data TV series The Wire and invokes the spirit of aloha in an apparent rebuke of a U.S. Supreme Court decision that expanded gun rights nationwide. The thing about the old days, the old days, the unanimous Hawaii Supreme Court ruling issued Wednesday said, borrowing a quote from Season 4, Episode 3 of the HBO series, to express that the culture from the founding of the country shouldn't dictate contemporary life. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. I think if you're walking around carrying a gun, it's reasonable to have that gun be a permit, like a permit based. I think that's fine. If you drive a car, you need car insurance. I think if you're publicly carrying a gun, you should have like a permit for it. I think that's fine. I think this is a really weird way to phrase it, but I think that's fine. Effectively, a state Supreme Court just defied the federal government. No, it ruled against one of the traditional interpretations of the Supreme Court, and it's very likely that that will then be appealed and go up to the Supreme Court for clarification. So it's not defying the federal government. It's bucking the interpretation of the Supreme Court, which will then in turn go back to the Supreme Court for clarification. So yeah, it's not the state Supreme Court defying the federal government. That's not what this is.
Bans an insurrectionist only from holding office.
Counsel, can I stop you a moment and back up a minute? You admitted that the concept of self-executing does generally permit states to provide a cause of action for breaches of a constitutional provision.
Correct.
In fact, they do it frequently for takings clauses. There's no debate that Colorado has provided that cause of action. You want to go a step further and say that this, like the treaty clause, requires implementing legislation to permit the state to disqualify an insurrectionist.
That's correct. So
under Section 3.
That's right.
So history proves a lot to me and to my colleagues generally. But there's a whole lot of examples of states relying on Section 3 to disqualify insurrectionists.
Ryan, I am indeed
offices.
trans. It's true.
And you're basically telling us that you want us to go 2 steps further. You want to, maybe 3. You want us to say that self-execution doesn't mean what it generally means. You want us now to say it means that Congress must permit states or require states to stop insurrectionists from taking state office. And so this is a complete preemption in a way that's very rare, isn't it?
Well, that's the only thing I would disagree.
It's rare under the 14th Amendment.
Oh, of course it's rare. This is a one-off situation. And, Your Honor, the only thing
Well, it is one-off. I don't disagree with you, but it's not with respect to how we've defined self-executing.
We're not asking this court to redefine the concept of non-self-execution. We were careful in our brief not to rely on that phrase, and Griffin's
Right,
case
you
doesn't-
are because it's not.
That's right, and
Okay,
Griffin's
so
case...
now the question is a very different one in my mind.
Yeah, that's the thing. The 14th Amendment is a pretty firm precedent for a state court to overturn, but like I feel like Sonia Sotomayor here is pretty on point. Like what the defense here is asking for is very unsubstantiated by the circumstance of this legal battle. Like a lot of these systems are put in place explicitly for this purpose. You know?
I understand what you're relying on, Griffin. Let's just be very clear.
Right.
Griffin was not a precedential Supreme Court decision.
That's correct.
All right? It was a circuit court decision by a justice
Oh, yeah.
who,
Sorry.
when he becomes
Economics
a
of Poe.
justice,
Yes, I see what you mean.
writes in the Davies case, he assumed that Jefferson Davis would be ineligible to hold any office, particularly the presidency, and treated, and this is his words, Section 3 as executing itself, needing no legislation on the part of Congress to give it effect. So you're relying on a non-presidential case by a justice who later takes back what he said.
But the key point with Griffin's...
Chat, we have 98 likes on the stream right now. We need 2 more of you to pony up. Hit that like button, okay? Do it. Do it, bitch. That's for all of you who like being hard-talked. And then for the rest of you, please hit the like button. I'd like it a lot.
Griffin's case and why it's an important precedent. Despite
Ooh-woo.
everything Your Honor said, it is
There
not
you
a
go.
precedent of this court. But Griffin's case provided the backdrop against which Congress legislated the Enforcement Act of 1870.
Is there like an equivalent for Twitch? The equivalent for Twitch is just hitting the follow button, which I would appreciate any of you who hit that follow button, because my God, I would love to hit 9,900. We've been so close for too long of a time.
When it first provided an enforcement mechanism for
Yeah, and
Section 3.
it did away with it later.
It did away with it later, but...
But that has nothing to say with respect to what Section 3 means. Can we get to the issue, which is, I think, one that I go back to that I started with, and very briefly, what sense does it say that states can't enforce Section 3 against their own officials? I mean, I think logically those are 2 separate issues in my mind. Can states enforce the insurrection clause against their own office holders, or can they enforce it against federal officials, or can they enforce it against...
Hell yeah, we did it,
president?
fam.
Those are
Let's
all
go.
3 different questions in my mind.
And the answer to all 3 of those questions turns on whether this court agrees with the holding of Griffin's case. If Griffin's case is the proper enunciation of the law, then a state cannot do any of the things Your Honor suggested unless Congress gives it authority to do so.
So a
through implementing
non-presidential decision that relies on policy doesn't look at the language, doesn't look at the history, doesn't analyze
See
anything
Economics
than
of Poe.
the
Get good sleep.
disruption that such a suit would bring. You want us to credit as presidential.
Because Congress relied on Griffin's case when it enacted the Enforcement Act of 1870 and established...
So, Mr. Mitchell, if I may interrupt, but just to clarify, I mean, this sounds like your reply brief.
I find it super interesting how the conservative legal argument is just that Trump be held accountable rather than he didn't commit insurrection. They just say that Trump can't be held accountable. Well, yeah, because they honestly, like, their argument that Trump didn't commit insurrection has kind of fallen apart. Like, part of what's interesting about this Colorado case is that in barring him from the ballot, they found him guilty, right? of insurrection. So their argument in this case can't really deny that part because they don't want the Supreme Court to rule on that, you know, necessarily. We love you too, Foxy, and I'm sounds like your day has been really, really hard, and I'm sorry to hear that.
Where it sounds like you're not making a constitutional argument, you're really making a statutory preemption argument. And is that what you're doing here? You're not saying that the Constitution gives you this rule. It's the kind of combination of Griffin's case plus the way Congress acted after Griffin's case that gives you the rule?
That's exactly right, Justice Kagan, because we have implementing legislation. Congress took up the invitation provided by Griffin's case and established writs of quo warranto in the 1870 Enforcement Act, later repealed them. The only enforcement legislation that's currently on the books is the Insurrection Criminal Statute, Section 2383. And when Congress made all of these decisions, the initial enactment of the Enforcement Act in 1870, the repeal of the quo warranto provisions in 1948, all of those were made with Griffin's case as the backdrop.
Please.
Well, the understanding was that these congressionally established remedies would be exclusive of state court remedies. So there's not an express statement of preemption in these statutes, but there didn't need to be because Griffin's case provided the backdrop.
And if I could just understand the argument a little bit better, suppose that we took all of that away. You know, suppose there were no Griffin's case and there were no subsequent congressional enactment. What do you then think the rule would be?
So just as a matter of first principles without Griffin's case, it's a much harder argument for us to make because normally, I mean, every other provision of the 14th Amendment has been treated as self-executing. What we would argue, and that's hypothetical that Your Honor has suggested, is that there are practical considerations unique to Section 3 that counsel in favor of a rule similar to what Chief Justice Chase spelled out in Griffin's case. And it goes to, I think, the policy concerns he talks about, where this was a case, Griffin's case involved a convicted criminal who was seeking a writ of habeas corpus on the ground that the judge who tried his case was an insurrectionist disqualified under Section 3. And Chief Justice Chase realizes that if he enforces Section 3 in this situation, it would nullify every official act taken not only by this particular judge, but by anyone who is an insurrectionist or arguably an insurrectionist under Section 3.
Well,
and that was
why do you need those consequential concerns, though? I mean, it kind of seems to me that what Justice Kagan is getting at is why don't you have an argument that the Constitution of its own force, that Section 3 of its own force preempts the state's ability, not necessarily, I think not, to enforce Section 3 against its own officers, but against federal officers, like in a Tarbell's case kind of way.
So there could also be an argument that's more limited. You're suggesting there may be a barrier under the Constitution to a state legislating an enforcement mechanism for Section 3 specific to federal officers. We could rely on precedents such as McClung that says that state courts lack the authority to issue mandamus relief against federal officials.
Well,
and
why
extend
aren't
that
you
principles
making those
here.
arguments?
Because that doesn't get us, that Griffin's
That
case
only
goes-
gets you out of state court, doesn't get you out of federal
Right,
court.
and also the holding of Griffin's case went well beyond that because Chief Justice Chase said in this opinion, which again provided the backdrop for the congressional enforcement legislation, that states had no role in enforcing Section 3 unless Congress was to give them that authority through a statute that they passed pursuant to their Section
But your
5 powers.
arguments,
No, please, go ahead.
I was just going to add one last thing. I think your argument's a little broader than that because I think if we accept your position that disqualifying someone from the ballot is adding a qualification, really your position is that...
I do find this all very fascinating, by the way. I know that this is very sleepy content, but I hope you all find this interesting. Because, like, what's interesting about this for me is that even the conservative judges on the court are essentially going like, your argument is so bad, we can't even go along with it. Like, you gotta give us a little something else. No, it's me. I'm just old. I'm old. I'm older than all of you put together, okay?
Congress can't enact a statute that would allow Colorado to do what it's done either, because then Congress would be adding a qualification, which it can't do either.
No, I don't agree with that, Justice Barrett. Congress is not bound by the holding of term limits. Term limits only prohibits the states from adding additional qualifications or altering the Constitution's qualifications for federal office. It does not purport to restrain Congress. So if Congress were to enact implementing legislation that authorized the states to exclude insurrectionists from the ballot, we believe that
Damn,
would be
you went
valid
live before I
enforcement
got to
legislation under
bed.
Section
You're still
3,
going?
with an important
Yep.
caveat. There
6
has to be
hours,
congruence
baby.
and proportionality under this court's precedent. So
Why
Congress-
would that be why would that be permissible? Because Section 3 refers to the holding of office, not running for office. And so if a state or Congress were to go further and say that you can't run for the office, you can't compete in a primary, wouldn't that be adding an additional qualification for serving for president? You must have been free from this disqualification at an earlier point.
Man, you know what? You know what I like to see? I like to see Samuel Alito looking like a spry young gent, knowing he's going to be on the court for a very long time. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Point in time than Section 3 specifies.
I think the answer to your question, Justice Alito, depends on how you interpret the word enforce in Section 5. And some members of this court, such as Justice Scalia, thought that enforce means you can do nothing more than enact legislation that mirrors the 14th Amendment's self-executing requirements, and you can't go an inch beyond that. That's not the current jurisprudence of this court.
No, well, all right, you
allows
have to decide whether it's congruent and proportional. And
I love that all of the conservative justices are gonna be here forever. I love it. Sigh.
And we would get into the question of whether that would be congruent and proportional. Well, let me shift gear a little bit. I take you to argue, and I think this is right, that the term self-executing is a misnomer as applied here.
Yes,
very often, when we use the term, what we're referring to is the proposition that a particular provision of the Constitution or a statute in and of itself creates a private right of action. That's not what the issue is here.
No, that's not the issue here, and sometimes the phrase self-executing is used that way. The only thing I would add is sometimes it's used in a different sense. With self-executing treaties or non-self-executing treaties, the issue is whether that treaty has any force as domestic law whatsoever.
Right. But I don't see what is gained by using this term, which is used in different contexts, rather than directly addressing what's involved here, which is the question of who can enforce Section 3 with respect to a presidential candidate. The consequences of what the Colorado Supreme Court did, some people claim, would be quite severe. Would it not permit, would it not lead to the possibility that other states would say, using their choice of law rules and their rules on collateral estoppel, that there's non-mutual collateral estoppel against former President Trump? And so the decision of the Colorado Supreme Court could effectively decide this question for many other states, perhaps all other states. Could it not lead to that consequence?
I don't think so, because Colorado law does not recognize non-mutual collateral estoppel, and I believe the preclusive effect of the decision would be determined by Colorado law rather than the law of another state. But I think your question, Justice Alito, gives rise to an even greater concern, because if this decision does not have preclusive effect in other lawsuits, it opens the possibility that a different factual record could be developed in some of the litigation that occurs in other states, and different factual findings could be entered by state trial court judges. They might conclude that, as a matter of fact, that President Trump did not have any intent to engage in incitement, or make some other finding that differs from what this trial court judge found.
Yeah, exactly. So in this decision, the trial court in Colorado thought that it was proper to admit the January 6th report, and it also admitted the testimony of an expert who testified about the meaning of certain words and phrases to people who communicate with and among
You did miss Brainrot, Snuggle Kitten. I'm sorry.
extremists, right? Another state court could reach an opposite conclusion on both of those questions.
Certainly. Other states could conclude that the January 6th report is inadmissible hearsay. They might also conclude that statements within the January 6th report were hearsay, even if the report itself is not. And they could certainly reach a different conclusion with respect to the expert testimony of Professor Simi. Perhaps in another state, we would have time to produce our own sociology expert who would contradict Professor
Now,
Simi.
should these considerations be dismissed as simply consequentialist arguments, or do they support a structural argument that supports the position that you're taking here?
I think they all mutually reinforce each other. We have an argument we believe that is sufficient to dispose of this case just based on the meaning of officer of the United States, as well as the argument we're making based on term limits. But all of the consequentialist considerations that Your Honor has suggested are additional reasons to reverse the Colorado Supreme Court, although we don't think it's necessary to get into consequences because the law is clearly on our side.
You keep saying term limits. There are other presidential qualifications in the Constitution: age,
yes,
citizenship. There's a separate amendment, the 22nd Amendment, that doesn't permit anyone to run for a second term. We have a history of states disqualifying, not all, but some, of disqualifying candidates who won't be of age if elected. We have a history of at least one state disqualifying someone who wasn't a U.S. citizen.
Right.
Are your arguments limited to Section 3?
Not quite. The question, Justice Sotomayor, is whether the state is violating term limits by adding to or altering the extant qualifications for the presidency in the Constitution. Now,
so you want us to say, I'm wondering why...
Man, if that's what he's asking for, he has not been clear about it at all. He's been cagey about it the entire time, and I find that actually really funny. Like, I would have thought that at this point, his arguments would have been refined, you know? Riverboat Jack is an eternal, incomprehensible eldritch horror. When nightmares sleep, they see Jack in the horizon of their deepest fears, droplets of waters. We are the stream, an amalgamation of words, our bodies lost as we drift to the seas of Jack's overbearing love and cruelty on the streams of madness. Indeed, Shakespeare. Indeed! I appreciate y'all.
The term limits qualification is important to you.
Because
are you setting up so that if some president runs for a third term, that a state can't disqualify him from the ballot?
Of course a state can disqualify him from the ballot, because that is a qualification that is categorical. It's not defeasible by Congress. So a state is enforcing the Constitution when it says you can't appear on our ballot if you've already served 2 terms as president. The same
if they're underage when elected, and the same if they're not a U.S. citizen.
The same if they're not, well, the same if they're not a U.S. citizen for sure. The age is a little more nuanced because you can imagine a scenario where the person is 34 years old at the time of the election, but he turns 35 before inauguration.
Well, then that would come up. That would probably come up to us at some point. The state would make a decision and say he's ineligible, and we would have to decide that question then. But my point is, so what? Adding qualifications to what term limit is your argument based on? I'm just confused.
Okay. With respect to maybe I'll start with the age example. If a state like Colorado says you can't appear on our presidential ballot unless you are 35 years old on the day of the election, that would be a violation of term limits, because there could be a 34-year-old on the day of the election who turns 35 before Inauguration Day. What Colorado has done here, what their Supreme Court has done, is similar, because under Section 3, President Trump needs to qualify during the time that he would hold office. And the Colorado Supreme Court is saying to President Trump, you have to show that you would qualify under Section 3 now, at the time of the election, or at the time that we, the state Supreme Court.
Now I understand.
Now, I just a point of clarification so we're all on the same page. When you say term limits, you mean our decision in the term limits case.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The constitutional provision governing term limits.
Yes, U.S. term limits against Thornton. Maybe I should call it Thornton instead of term limits.
That would
I'm
be
sorry.
easier for
Does it have something to do with the fact that the particular circumstance that you're talking about can change? Is that what you mean? I'm trying to understand the distinction between the provision in the Constitution that relates to disqualification on the basis of insurrection behavior and these other provisions that Justice Sotomayor points out. They all seem to me to be extant constitutional requirements. So, but you're drawing a distinction.
Right, I'm drawing a distinction because some of them are categorical.
What do you mean by categorical? Whether or not you are an insurrectionist is or is not categorical?
It is not categorical because Congress can lift the disability by a 2/3 vote. And there's
But why does that change the initial determination of whether or not you fall into the category? I don't understand the fact that you can be excused from having been in the category. Why does that not make it a categorical determination?
because we don't know whether President Trump will be excused before he's sworn in, if he wins the election, on January 20th, 2025. And a court that is saying that President Trump has to show now, today, that he would qualify under Section 3 is accelerating the deadline that the Constitution provides for him to obtain a waiver from Congress.
But that's by virtue of the hold, right? Hold office. This is
Correct. Yes, Section 3 bans him only from holding office. It
All right,
does
can
not.
I ask you, now that I have the floor,
Yes.
can I ask you to address your first argument, which is the officer point? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, why don't we? Could we? Is that okay if we do this and then we go to
Sure,
that?
sure.
You know, but
Go ahead.
will there be an opportunity to do officer stuff, or should we?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Damn. The fun times they have in the Supreme Court. Am I right, folks?
I just want to understand. So on this theory, what is the sum total of ways that that Section 3 can be enforced? That somebody out there can say, yes, there's been a former president who engaged or led or participated in an insurrection, and so should be disqualified from office, putting aside the officer argument.
Right.
What is the sum total of ways that that enforcement can happen?
So the answer to that question is going to depend on what Your Honor thinks of Griffin's case. So if this court were to affirm the rationale of Griffin's case, then the only way Section 3 could be enforced is through congressional legislation that creates a remedy. So Congress could reinstate the quo warranto provisions that they initially had in the 1870s.
Is that your position?
Yes, because we believe Griffin's case is correctly decided and should be followed.
And how does that fit with a lot of the answers to the questions that we've been given? You said, well, Congress has to have the ability by a two-thirds vote to lift the disqualification.
Right.
But so too, I would think that provision would be in some tension with what you just said.
There is
because
some,
if Congress has the ability to lift the vote by a two-thirds majority, then surely it can't be right that one house of Congress can do the exact same thing by a simple majority.
Yeah, there certainly is some tension, Justice Kagan, and some commentators have pointed this out. Professor Bode and Professor Paulson criticized Griffin's
Then I
case
must
very
be
sharply.
right.
Well, we don't think this problem is fatal, because to us, the two-thirds provision that allows Congress to lift a disability is something akin to a pardon power, where Congress, through enforcement legislation, creates a mechanism by which the insurrectionist issue is to be determined by some entity. It could be the legislature. In the case of an elected member of Congress, each house has the ability to judge the qualifications of their members. Or if it's outside the situation of Congress, it would be whatever Congress enacts. So when it was the writs of quo warranto, each federal prosecutor had the authority to bring a quo warranto writ against an incumbent official and seek his ouster from office under Section 3, but it was still subject to that amnesty provision in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So we do acknowledge the tension, but we don't think that's an insurmountable obstacle.
I don't even see why there's a tension. If you analogize the lifting by Congress of the disqualification by a two-thirds vote to a pardon, then surely one would not argue that the fact that the president or governor can pardon someone from a criminal conviction or a criminal offense means that the person couldn't be prosecuted in the first place for the criminal offense.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
So I don't see what the tension is. They're two separate things. Did the person engage in this activity, which is prohibited? And second, even if the person did engage in the activity, are there reasons why the disqualification or should be lifted or the pardon should be granted?
That's right. I mean, if the court accepts the holding of Griffin's case, that's exactly the regime that we would have.
Yeah, I don't see there's tension, but also there's a limit on what one can infer from the mere fact that Congress can lift the disqualification.
What's in tension is that you would have the actor and say, look, that actor can lift the disqualification by a two-thirds vote, but you're saying only that actor can put the disqualification into effect in the first place.
Are we frozen?
And it can do that by far less than
It's frozen. Are we frozen right now? brief F, we're still good. We're still good. Are we okay? Am I being punished for showing C-SPAN? We back? I don't know. It looks like it looks like we're not back over on the Riverboat site or on YouTube. Oh no, YouTube's down. Why? Why YouTube chat? Damn it. And my streaming software is being all borked. Damn. Twitch does seem fine. But you know what? Also, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm very tired, and I don't want to deal with the technical difficulty bullshit. We will resume this tomorrow. The Twitch W. The rare Twitch W. Thank you all for being here, even at the end, even as we struggle on Twitch in the wilderness. I'll see you all tomorrow. Y'all keep it real, keep it sleazy. Have a good night, everybody. Bye. Ba-ba-da-ba-boom. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Good night, Dustin. Good night, Explosion.